Tina, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Sean.
Good evening, everybody. Looks like we're all here, so Tina, just let me know whenever we're ready.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, everyone. The time is now 6 o'clock, and I would like to welcome everybody to the regular meeting of the Galt City Council for Tuesday, January the 18th, 2022. Due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic emergency, we have to continue to handle our city council meetings much differently than we usually do for the protection of the public and our city staff. I'm now going to ask our city manager to give a brief explanation to the public. Mr. Hines.
Good evening, City Manager Lorenzo Hines. This meeting of the Galt City Council is being conducted by teleconference/video conference only pursuant to the County of Sacramento's January 6, 2022 health order prohibiting in-person city council meetings. Members of the public will see the council members and city staff who are appearing via remote video/telephone connections. City council meetings will be held virtually by teleconference or video conference only until further notice by the county. Today's agenda states that we are also using the Zoom webinar format, which allows the public to provide live public comment. Members of the public may use the link to enter the webinar as attendees. They should also be able to use the raise their hand option in the Zoom webinar to let us know if they would like to speak, and should do so when the mayor announces the time for general public comments or when a specific agenda item is called if your comment concerns an item on the agenda. Attendees should also see a lower hand feature if they change their mind and do not want to speak. In addition, members of the public may use the call-in feature also described on the agenda. You may just listen if you prefer, but if you would like to speak when the mayor announces the time for public comment, you may do so by pressing *9 at that time. We request, as we do at typical in-person council meetings, that speakers provide their name and address when they are called on to speak, but doing so is not required. Today's agenda states that residents may submit written public comments via email to pubcom@cityofgalt.org prior to the council meeting. In view of the direct video conference and call-in direct opportunities for public comment just described, email comments will not be read out loud during the meeting, but will be distributed to City Council and made part of the official minutes and posted on the city's website prior to the meeting. Mayor, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, sir. I will now call the meeting to order. Tina, may I get a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu,
Here.
Councilmember Papineau,
Here.
Councilmember Vandenberg,
Here.
Councilmember Lozano,
Here.
Mayor Farmer.
Here. If everyone would now join me in a silent prayer, followed by a flag salute. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everybody. Tina, if you would like to read our replay statement, please.
This meeting of the Galt City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and webcast at www.zacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will air Friday, January 21st at 9 a.m. and Saturday, January 22nd at 9 a.m. This meeting can also be viewed at youtube.com/Metro Cable 14.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item B, agenda approval, additions and or deletions. Have anything from the council? All right, just a point of note, I had a conversation with Frank, the city attorney, and moving forward, we're going to ask that agenda items that be pulled from the consent, that request will be done so when we reach the consent calendar under item F, which is what it states. So I know we haven't been doing that way for a while, but that would be the proper protocol. So for this point forward, when we get to the consent, I'll ask if anybody wants to pull something from the consent calendar at that point. So moving on to item C, public comment. Tina?
Under Government Code Section 54954.3, members of the public may address the City Council on non-agenda items. The public comment section is for the City Council to receive comments, except for brief responses to questions. No discussion or action may be taken on any item that is not listed on the agenda. Please limit comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Due to the statewide emergency, public comments may also be submitted as noted above via the options listed on the first page of the agenda for providing live public comment or prior to the meeting via email to pubcom@cityofgalt.org by 4 p.m. the day of the meeting, which will be distributed to City Council, made part of the official minutes, and posted on the city's website prior to the meeting, but will not be read out loud.
All right, thank you. I'm going to now open the public comment period. So if you would like to make a public comment, you may do so by raising your hand on Zoom or use the *9 feature if you are on the telephone. Tina, do we have any hands raised or phone comment right now?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Ms. Rodiker, is there any?
It's just me this evening.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was looking for on the Zoom and okay. All right, again, I have opened the public comment period. I will allow a short time period for the public to make a comment. Again, if you are watching on Zoom, you can raise your hand and we will call on you, or if you are calling in by telephone, you can press *9 and that will indicate that you would like to speak. All right, do we have any public comment? Hands raised?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Well, with that, I will now close the public comment. And we will move on to our next item, D, presentations. Presentation this evening from Fire Chief Felipe Rodriguez from the Consumnes Community Service Fire District, or Fire Department, excuse me. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor Farmer, Vice Mayor Sandu, and members of the City Council. I'm Felipe Rodriguez, your Fire Chief. It is my honor this evening. I thank you very much for asking me to speak and present some information on the fire department and the partnership that we have and the service that we provide to the Galt community. So with that, I have a presentation for you this evening, along with a little bit of a COVID update and then our strategic plan that we have going to our board tomorrow evening, and as well as some future planning for us. And I'll be open to answer any questions you may have. So with that, I will ask that if I may either ask somebody else to change the slide for me or give me the access to do so. Great. So as many within the community know, the Galt Fire Department has a very rich tradition and history dating back to 1926 as the Galt Fire District, and then becoming part of the Consumnes Community Services District here in 2006. We do have members there serving within our two fire stations. One, they're Station 45 and the other one, Station 46 on the east side. So one on each side of the freeway, and we serve the community very proudly. If you could change the slide to the next one. The update for COVID-19, I'm sure everyone is familiar that over the last 3 weeks or so, right around Christmas time on, we've seen quite the spike. But the good news is that although we are seeing a lot of the positive cases, the gravity of it, the death rate is not as high as it was in years past. It's still a very serious matter, but we're not seeing that like we have in the past. We are seeing the hospitalizations, but the positive side is that we've had about 46,000 new cases in Sacramento County since the beginning of the year. We have seen 44 deaths occur that have been reported thus far. So the percentage wise is not the same as it was back when this first started, and hopefully it doesn't continue to increase, and we do see that turn. Circle there on the right is the Galt community, the 95632 area code, zip code, sorry. And you'll see that Elk Grove, Folsom are the two areas within Sacramento County that have seen the most here over the last 30 days. We're hoping to see that turn. Our personnel are responding daily. We're all wearing masks within our fire stations now, and as well as within the fire engine, and as we respond to the community, trying to prevent any spread. When we are working alone, as I am today, we can work without our mask on, but otherwise when we are indoors, we're completely covered up. And recommending our vaccines for anybody who's willing to receive one. So next slide. And please feel free to ask any questions as I'm going through these slides. Could turn to, there we go. All right, so over the last several months, since about May, we have started working on our strategic plan update for the department, and this will carry us into about 2027. The last several months were a lot of work, and it was well worth it. We received great community feedback, including community feedback from the Galt community, and we were able to compile all the information, analyze it, and develop a plan for the next 5 years. As I mentioned, I will be taking this to our board tomorrow evening for approval, but it will be available online for anyone to view thereafter. And I'll just give you a snapshot of a few of the things that came back from the community, both here in Elk Grove and in Galt as well. But if you could just turn to the next slide. So in order to really come up with a great plan, we looked at our other plans that we have. and first and foremost, our district's strategic plan that was completed here in 2021 so that we can align it to support our district's plan. And a lot of great work was done by our general manager, Josh Green, our strategic management team, and a few of our other personnel that put this together. And of course, our board approved this, and we're now carrying this forth. So with that, the fire department was first up to update the plan, and following us will be parks. And then we have our other departments as well, administrative services and facility and development, that will be updating their plans or creating them. We aligned it as well with our previous plan to carry forth anything that was not able to be completed. As you all know, in 2020, the whole world changed with COVID, and we weren't able to complete some of the items in our previous plan. So we did carry some of those forward and then created new ones because we have to adapt to what's going on, and things are a little different now. So we're adapting and moving with the changes that are before us. The other plans that were best practices really that we utilize are the fire and emergency services in the 21st century. These are all of your best practices, the most critical issues that are facing the fire service. And this was a document that was authored by ICMA, which is an International City and County Managers Association, and also by the Center for Public Safety Excellence. And this was also submitted to the International Association of Firefighters, IFF, and to give it a once over, give some input, and all of it was put together in this white paper. And we utilize this to develop our plan. Good, next slide, please. So some of the priorities that came back from the community, as you see here, the perfect score would have been a 4.0, but emergency medical services, no surprise, that's about 75% of what we do. And that came up the highest as the #1 priority for the community, followed by fire suppression. So all the firefighting, extinguishment of fires, car fires, vegetation fires, houses, commercial, you name it. And followed by fire prevention, so to prevent the fires. And that's all your public education, disaster preparedness, inspections, plan review, and that came in at 3rd. And lastly was, not that it's not important, it very much is, special operations. And some people wonder, what is special operations? So that is all of your technical rescue, water rescue, hazardous materials, anything that's outside of the normal day-to-day that we conduct. However, we look at that and we say, okay, well, how do we prioritize? It's very important for the community to have the best emergency medical services and fire suppression at the top, and we'll work very hard to make sure that we carry that out. If you could go to the next slide as well. Expectations. So what else do they expect? And these were 10 different items that were presented to the public, and by a long shot, a long way there, you could see fast response times was #1. Perfect score would have been a 10.0, but fast response times is what is very, very evident that that's what people want, is for us to get there quickly. And as we always say, get there quickly, be good at what you do, and be nice. There are a few other things, not to spend too much time on that last slide, but making sure that our first responders' mental and physical health are taken care of. Of course, our fiscal responsibility and making sure that we're doing things within the budget, et cetera. So those were up in the top for us to look at in disaster preparedness. Over the last 11 years, now 12 years, since 2010, we've seen a steady increase in call volume. These are the quantity of calls for the entire district over that time period. In 2020, you see the dip there when everybody stayed home for those few months. Definitely, we saw the difference. A lot of people did not want to go to the hospital. They just stayed home and stayed away. So stopped calling 911. So we did see a decrease, but since then we've seen an increase once again, back to the exact line for the most part in the same trajectory. And if you look at the next slide, they'll show you about what we're projecting for the next several years, as long as we continue with that same growth that we've been seeing. In this year, 2021, 22, we were anticipating we would end up with 22,500 calls. And we are actually already at 23,000 calls, 22,936 exactly for this last year. So we've already beat that, and we expect it to continue to increase. We will keep a close eye on these to make sure that we will adjust as needed, but this is our projection during the strategic plan. So if we go to the next one, where are the calls at? So the different engines that we have, the first 2 are in Galt, and then the next, we have 8 total, but now we have our 9th one. So we did add engine 77 and we have the truck. 77 was not calculated as part of this original strategic plan. We just added it in the end of August, beginning of September. But next year we'll have true numbers for that one. I do have some projections based on what we just have seen over the last few months, which I'll show in a few slides from now. But this is the breakdown by engine. In the next slide, we'll show you the medics, which would be our ambulances. And that's where we're at for ambulances. And the first two, as mentioned, are the two that are in Galt, and then the other ones are in Elk Grove. So we have a total of 8 ambulances. We just added our 9th. Sorry, we now have 8 ambulances. We did have one halftime one, but we're now at 8 ambulances, shows 7. All right, and the next slide. With that, how busy are the ambulances? This is just a heat map that shows you those same ambulances and what time of day they're busier. You could see that in Galt, we're doing pretty good. And we do have some yellow areas, but no red areas like you see on the far right, Medic 74, which is in Laguna. That's our busiest for sure. They're busy during the daytime hours without any rest. About 40% of that time they're going to be busy. They're up in the 50s, I believe, during the main peak hours. So the time required to restock and to train or just to even eat some lunch. So we want to balance that out. So these are some of the statistics and the data that we use on when it's time to add more ambulances. All right, if we could go to the next slide. Great. So where are these calls happening in Galt? That's probably one of the biggest questions that we will get from people within any community is where do the calls happen? And this is somewhat of a heat map here as well. Green are much less calls, but you can see the orange areas are pretty central there. 45 is for the most part responding on the west side of the Highway 99. 2,150 times this calendar year that just ended on December 31st. And average response time, 90% of the time, they make it within 7 minutes and 1 second. We have a standard of 6 minutes, but we're hitting about 7 minutes right now for engine 45 or medic 45. Anything that comes out of that fire station on the west side. In the red dot there on the west side of 99 is where 45 is located, right off C Street. All right, engine 46 or station 46 will be the next slide, and you'll see that most of their calls are on the east side, and they are also located on the east side. So naturally, that's where they will respond. And they did respond 1,299 times, and average 90% response time of 8 minutes and 6 seconds. So a little bit slower, but they are also responding a little further out on that eastern portion of the city. These response times are not including Herald or Wilton or areas outside that you see outside of our boundaries. These are only within our boundaries. We didn't feel it was fair to show those. If you wanted those numbers, we can also show you those. They're about a minute to a minute and a half longer to get out there on average to increase the total response time. And we could respond way out into Herald, which will be 10, 15 more minutes. So that's where we're at with the responses for 45 and 46. If you combine the two, which will be our very next slide, you'll see that altogether they responded to about 3,449 calls. And the combined response time, because 45 had more, it pulls that number down closer to their 701. And they are now at 723 for both fire stations. That's what we're currently responding to within that area of our response district, which is the Galt community. And if you were to look at the following slide, that's the entire breakdown from 1st to 9th, with 77 being added at the end of August. So we had about 4 months or so, just over 4 months to assess 77. So we were to multiply it times 3, it would be around 1,200, 1,300 calls as well. But our very busiest is the one in Laguna, 74. They're at 4,355. The overall average response time is somewhere around 7:30. We're still finalizing that number, but it's going to be right about there. And a total of 22,936 calls this calendar year that we just passed. You'll see the bulk of the calls are spread throughout the district there on the map. And if you were to look at the next one, I know it's going to look a little scary, but this is part of our future planning. Nothing set in stone at this point yet, but these circles here our ability to predict where we could reach within a 4-minute response time once those areas fill in. So since they're not filled in yet, and some of that's not even annexed at all, or maybe it never will be, we want to be ready for any future growth and to responsibly grow with the city and add the right amount of fire engines and ambulances throughout. And we believe that these areas here that we've identified through our GIS division of the Sumnes Community Services District, this gives us the best idea of where we would probably have to add stations over the next 100 years, however long it takes, if it ever does. So that's the planning for the future. But for now, we're focusing on our 2 fire stations there, 45 and 46. And then the highlighted area that you could look at, see the streets there, those are all the areas that we can reach within that adopted response time standard. You will see that on the west side of 99 there by Walnut. It's tougher to get to that spot. There's no overcrossing there. So that little area is not highlighted, but maybe someday in time that will be an area that we can cover within the Station 46 response zone. So, but this is the layout of what we figure will be able to provide the best service for the community in Galt or in the unincorporated area as it fills in. And then the following slide is pretty much just our updated vision statement. And that's to continue to be mission focused, be one of those organizations that's mission focused for sure, that strives for excellence, commits to its values, and serves a growing, diverse community. And that's what we're here for, and proudly serving our entire district, but most definitely the Galt community. So with that, on the next slide will just be any questions that you may have. I'll be happy to answer anything for you.
Thank you, Chief, for that thorough presentation. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open up the public comment period before we ask if the council has any questions for you. So if you are watching for the public and you'd like to make comment, you may raise your hand or press *9 if you're on the phone. Does any of the council have any questions for Chief Rodriguez?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have a question, but I'd like to thank you, Fire Chief Rodriguez, come tonight, give us an update on the fire operation. Thank you, Mr. Chief.
You're welcome, Vice Mayor.
Councilman Lozano, go ahead.
I have no necessarily any questions, but I also want to thank the chief for coming. And I just want to put a plug into the community about one of the services that the fire department provides our community, and one that has stepped up, in my opinion, in the last few years. And that's the public outreach down here. With one example is the toy drive, and the amount of volunteers that have been gathered over the last few years, and that has been a real good program and good success. And I want to thank the chief and the public education office of the fire department for all they do and engaging our community and making the citizens of Galt feel like they're part of the fire department as well. So thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, council member. Do we have any public comment, Tina?
No public comment.
Okay. Chief Rodriguez, I did have a question, and I don't know if I missed it on the first slide. I don't think I did, but you were showing the gradual increase in calls we've been getting, or your CSD has been getting over the course of the years. Do we know what those increases, like what % increase has been for, because you service Galt and Elk Grove and then surrounding areas? Is there any way, and you may not have that data right now, but maybe later you could pass it on to council, that shows how much increase there's been in calls within Galt? Because I'm just curious if those huge uptick in calls has been is reflective of the growth in Elk Grove, or it's actually pretty standard across the board, or do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, most definitely I would be able to get you those exact statistics so that they would be accurate. We've just seen a steady growth throughout all of California, and even throughout the nation. The call volume has been increasing, the population's growing, but it's a fair question, and I would prefer to give you the exact numbers
Sure.
on the growth over the same time period.
Councilman Vandenberg, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the thorough report, Chief. I was curious, similar numbers, was it affected directly by COVID, that the calls are because of COVID cases, or it's just general growth, general increase?
Right. I think it's definitely when we do see the spikes in the COVID numbers, the call volume does go up, but it's just general growth and increase, aging population, and different insurance plans, et cetera. But just the reality is just that people are moving here. People love to live in this area and raise a family here, and we have to be here for them.
Thank you, sir.
Tina, before I close the public comment, is there any hands raised online or on the phone?
No hands raised.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public comment for this item. And I just want to say thank you again, Chief, for the thorough presentation and pass along to all your guys at all the stations that we appreciate what they do for us. And, medical response is one of those quality of life issues. And I think we're all very happy for what you provide for us. So thank you for the job you guys are doing for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Farmer.
All right, have a good evening.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on to item E. Will be reports by city council members on regional boards, commissions, and committees. We will start with our Vice Mayor, Mr. Sandu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On January 12, 2022, we have a Sacramento Transportation Authority meeting and a selection of the chair and vice chair. And we select Bobby Singallen as chair of the committee, and Rich Desmonte is vice chair of the committee. And also staff is actively working on updating the website of the STA and also working update on the logo. So staff going to present to the board in the first quarter of 2022. And we also approved the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending June 20, 2021. And this order reports in the staff report, it include STA earned an unmodified clear option, no material weakness or significant deficiencies in internal control report or communicate to the authority management. No significant or unusual transaction. Accounting estimate accruals were appropriate. No corrected or uncorrected misstatement, auditor adjustment. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilman Papineau.
We'll be having our first Metro Air Quality District Board meeting this coming Thursday. So I'll have a report after that. Thanks.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilman Vandenberg.
I have nothing to report at this time.
Okay. Councilman Lozano.
Yeah, I attended a California League of Cities Policy Committee orientation for the Community Services Committee. And that was last week. Talked about the governor's budget and some of the focus that's going to happen at California League of Cities this next year. There was a briefing on the legislative process and what that's going to look like for the year, as well as some funds out there for homelessness, a surplus, and some park and recreation funding. And so we'll get more on that as our next meeting is February 10th. And so it'll be a little more focused on the specifics, but so that's some good news out there, and some work to do in relation to policy at the California League of Cities. And then lastly, we have a SACOG board meeting this Thursday from 9:30 to noon, and I'll report back on that at our next meeting. Thanks.
All right, thank you, sir. I myself had attended recently last week, attended ad hoc committee with Councilman Lozano, continue negotiations with Cal Waste. We'll be continuing that next week. And I attended with the Youth Commission, our Adopt a Street cleanup this past Saturday. It was a huge turnout. It's about 22 people showed up. We were very pleased. I want to thank Cal Waste for showing up out there with their staff, and Councilman Vandenberg was present as well. And it was a very good day seeing the Youth Commission out there doing their thing, keeping our town clean. So thank you for that. Next week, we have a public safety meeting Monday evening at 6 p.m. And other than that, I think that's it. So with that, we'll move on to our information consent calendar. It is recommended that items 1 through 8 be acted upon simultaneously unless a separate discussion and/or action is requested by a council member. Do I have any items on the consent that would like to be pulled by council? Okay. I will go ahead and open public comment while I read the consent calendar. So if you wish to make a public comment on any of the items in the consent calendar as I read them, you may do so by raising your hand on Zoom or pressing *9 if you are on the phone. Item 1 is going to be the minutes of the regular meeting of December 21st, 2021. Item 2 is going to be receive and file warrants for period ending January 7th of 2022. Item 3 is going to be AB 361 resolution making findings necessary to continue to conduct Brown Act meetings via teleconference. Item 4 is going to be a treasury report for period ending November 2021. Item 5 is the approval of the Simmerhorn Ranch large lot final map. Item 6 is the Galt Parks and Recreation Commission bylaws. Item 7 is going to be the approval of development impact fee credit agreement with Richmond American Homes for Katarina Estates subdivision. And item 8 is going to be the approval of development impact fee credit agreement with Richmond American Homes for Cordosa 2 subdivision. Do I have any public comment, Tina?
No hands raised.
Okay. Well, with that, I will close the public comment period and I will look for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Moved
Second.
by Councilmember Lozano and seconded by Vice Mayor Sandu. Can I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu,
Aye.
Councilmember Papineau,
Aye.
Councilmember Vandenberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano,
Aye.
Mayor Farmer.
Aye. Consent calendar approved 5-0. Councilman Vandenberg, do you have a question?
No.
Set your hand up. Okay. All right. Moving on to item G, scheduled matters, notice of public hearing. Do we have any this evening, Tina?
None this evening.
All right, thank you. And with that, we'll move on to our regular calendar from City Manager's Office. Our first item is going to be the coronavirus COVID-19 update. Mr. Hines.
Good evening, everyone. The COVID-19 pandemic continues on, and we've reinstated this report for public information back into our normal agenda. So the number of cases, what we've done is that we've measured the cases from the last time we presented this report, which was the November 21st council meeting until today's or to this evening's council meeting. So the number of cases in Sacramento County in that intervening time have gone up 67,000. The number of deaths in Sacramento County have gone up by 206. The cases here in Galt have gone up by 767 cases, and the number of deaths have gone up by 6. Sacramento County, the daily case rate is currently, and this is today's daily case rate, is 187.6 per 100,000 in population. The last time we had a meeting on December 21st, that case rate was at 21 per 100,000. So as you can see, it's gone up dramatically. Area hospitals currently have 547 a number of individual hospital beds with COVID-19, although some of the folks not necessarily hospitalized because of COVID-19, but this is up from 153 hospitalized cases on November 16th. So we're just trying to show the public the dramatic effect in these cases over the past couple of months. Testing continues here in Galt every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at the Jabola Center at the Parks and Recreation Office. Testing details are only available for the Thursday test site run by the city. On Thursday, January 13th, a total of 771 tests were administered compared to 86 back in November. The Friday and Saturday testing site is run by Curative. Curative is currently an appointment-only testing site due to the overwhelming demand. Residents can schedule an appointment online at cur.tv/Galt. Effective January 6th, the Sacramento County Health Officer issued a health order directing public boards, councils, commissions, and similar to conduct all meetings virtually. Employers and businesses should consider conducting meetings remotely and take other similar measures to mitigate COVID-19 spread. I wanted to emphasize this to the public that it is the county that we are adhering to by having these virtual meetings. And so I had a lot of curiosity from the public last fall as to who was sort of behind the virtual meetings, but I wanted to make it clear to the public that we are following the county's directive. So the update. So 1 year ago, the number of cases, this is the state of California 1 year COVID comparison. So 1 year ago, we had 58,000 or almost 59,000. As of January 9th of this year, we have 102,000 cases. And then we have a number of metrics as we go down this chart. It is interesting to see how we have changed and how the impact has changed over the past year. But unfortunately, the pandemic is still with us now in the form of the Omicron variant, and I'm sure the Delta variant is out there as well. And so I'm just going to ask folks to just take care of themselves and take care of your family and just be safe out there. We want to thank the team down at the Parks and Recreation, Nicole Brossman, Monica Lopez, Alyssa Bird, Liliana Chavez, Sean Ferraro, Nick Friend, Donna Garcia, Carissa Graves, Maritza Hanajosa or Hanajosa, Tyler Johnson, Austin Mariana, Rachel Port, Veronica Salgado, Brady Stout, Ashley Thompson, and Isabel Valencia. And so that's the team that's down there doing the testing, and we send our appreciation and thanks to that group of folks. And Mayor and council members, that concludes the COVID-19 update for January 18th.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm going to open public comment on this item. If you are watching online and would like to comment, please raise your hand on Zoom or press *9 on the phone, and we will call on you. Is there any public comment currently waiting to speak?
Not at this time.
Okay, so I will leave this public comment period briefly, and while I'm waiting for that, I will say and echo what City Manager just said. Thank you to all those staff that he named. These are people that are down there, you know, obviously running their test site and working with the public, especially working with obviously a lot of people that are coming to get tested who could be infected possibly. So it's, you know, they're doing their job in the midst of that. And so they deserve a lot of gratitude for doing that. Do we have any public comment, Tina?
No public comment.
Okay. We'll wait just a tad longer here. Mr. Hines, would it be possible? I noticed there was that web address for people to make an appointment with the company that runs the Friday, Saturday. Is that something we could share on our social media, or maybe we're already doing that? I don't know.
I would imagine we're already sharing it on our social media. And when our Parks Director Armando Solis comes on for the next item, he can update us on that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Well, with that, I will ask one more time. We have public comment on this item.
No public comment.
Okay, we'll close public comment. Do we have any questions from the council for Mr. Hines on this topic? Okay, well, with that, we will move on to.
And Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if I may, Director Solis is on the line and he can respond to whether or not curatives information has been made public on our social media.
Yes, all that information has been posted on our social media pages and our website.
Okay, good. Thank you, sir. All right, moving on to item H2. The subject is going to be the Walker Park Master Plan. Mr. Hines?
Thank you, Mayor. And so Director Solis will be presenting the Walker Park Master Plan to council members. We recently went out and had one of our consultants actually complete the plan for us and bring it to fruition. And so we have a design that we'd like to show the council. And the question that I would like to discuss with the council after the presentation, by the way, this project is on our strategic plan, which will be coming up in I believe H5. And so the question I have for the council is there a will for the council for us to move forward to actually bringing this plan to fruition? The reason I ask is that this plan was developed back in 2004. It's now 2022. Your city manager is interested in moving forward with this plan and would look for some semblance of concurrence from the from the council, because I'd like to move forward with the plan. If the council desires to leave our current efforts the way they are, that's fine too. I just need some direction. And so I know where to deploy staff's efforts. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Solis, and he's going to show you the Walker Park Master Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Armando Solis, Parks and Rec Director. I just want to make sure everybody can see the screen now. Great. Sorry. Okay, so before we get going talking about our Walker Park property, I want to let you know who our neighbors are. To the northeast, the Galt Joint Union Elementary School District owned that property here. And this is private property, not within the city limits. And I'll be talking about these properties later on in the presentation. So last year, the Walker Park Community Master Plan was adopted. And this is what you see now as our master plan. In phase one, this currently exists. We have two soccer fields, a playground, a artificial turf, a bathroom, and a parking area here. And that's currently on site. If some of you have driven by, you've seen some construction out there, and this is what we're calling phase two. We are grading the area within the red area and adding a restroom here. We are not building anything. We are only grading this area, but we are paving this roadway that is coming through into Sargent. This will be paved at the end of this. This is a cost of $2.2 million, and this has already been paid for largely by a grant secured by Assemblyman Cooper of $1.7 million, and the rest was used with our Quimby development funds. So I'm going to give you two options, phase two, option A and B. Both can be done. Neither has to be done. It doesn't have to be one or the other. So phase two, option A would be to construct the 3 baseball diamonds that are located here. That would be at a cost of $3.1 million. We currently have enough money to construct this phase, but as always, how would we fund the maintenance of it? So again, I'm going to go back to this slide. We're going to talk about this property here right now. That's the Galt Joint Union Elementary School District's property. So option B would be to build 2 adult softball fields, 300 foot on this property. Well, the elephant in the room is that's the school property. So we would have to get direction from council to enter into negotiations with the school district to use that property. They have expressed interest. We have taken that to their board and we have spoken to their superintendent about that, so that they are willing to discuss that. So what would that look like? So you see the 300-foot field, softball fields. You'd see a parking lot right in here, restroom, walking, sitting area. There'd be a netting here protecting the homes from any softball hit that far. So what would it look like in the grand scheme of things? It actually fits pretty well. Looks like it actually belongs on that property. And, you know, I really like this conceptual. So now what is the cost for that? To build those would be $4.6 million. That does not include any talks that we would have with the school district. That is merely to build them on that site. And again, you can do A and B, or neither A or B, should you choose to give direction to. Phase 3 of Walker Park is this area. It's the park area. So everything except this community center, splash pad, basketball courts, tennis courts, open area, pavilion areas, and additional parking would be added into this phase 3. That cost is estimated at $2.9 million. Phase 4, which is the most expensive, would be our community center. And this 41.3 million is estimated to be done in 15 years. Our public works director has indicated that if you decided to do it today, the estimate would be around $30,000. So what does it look like? So phase 2, this is already paid for. The $2.2 million is already paid for. If you choose option A, 3.1, option B, 4.6. So that'd be a total of 7.7 if you chose these two options here, equaling 9.9 total. Phase 3, add another 10.9. Phase 4, another 41.3. That is a 15-year estimate. Total project cost to build out Walker Park would be $62 million estimated. And that kind of goes all the information that we have. And I'm going to turn that back over to the city manager and ask if there's any questions.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Director Solis. Would you go back to the slide that contains the entire concept of the plan? I think it's there we go. Great, great. So council members, to build out this entire park to this particular level, as you just saw, will be about $62.1 million. Now, we can break this up into phases. We can handle it any way that the council directs. But what I'm looking for is, again, there's no resolution attached here. I'm just looking for an informal nod that basically says, go ahead and pursue the funding options, bring us back any long-term financing options, and seek public opinion on these particular changes to Walker Park. We're ready to move forward, but I want to make sure that my desires and effort are lockstep with council's desire to complete this park. Again, as I mentioned in the staff report, we are currently working on the 3 ball fields in the center. The school district property is currently vacant. The properties that are denoted by numbers 3 and 4 are also currently vacant. And we can leave things the way they are and just carry on the way we've been carrying on. All I'm interested in here is hearing the will of council, so I know what to pursue and where to put staff's efforts. And so with that, please, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Mr. Hines, would it be possible just for the public to hear and for us to understand too, Mr. Solis, could you possibly, could you maybe, what would be the advantages other than the obvious having, you know, this beautiful park? Say the 3 ball fields, the smaller of the fields, what would be a benefit of having those fields constructed, what would be the benefit to the community outside of what people may be thinking already?
So the obvious one is our youth programs, not just the city of Galt, but we have several organizations that are buying for field time. Actually, today I was dealing with that. We have Galt Youth Baseball, American Made Baseball. We have several other small groups that need baseball diamonds. And I'm currently having to, depending on if they're competitive, recreational, how many kids are in the program, I'm going to have to cut back one organization over another. I just don't have enough fields for what our kids need today. Economic point is that you put in 3 brand new baseball fields, I could attract even more tournaments here on the weekends, which would help with our TOT tax, our gas tax, our sales tax, those type of items.
Okay.
And it would also help with park revenues as well. And if we're able to, forgive me, Director Solis, if we're able to actually build out the 2 adult diamonds as well, that would serve that purpose even greater. So in addition to, and Mayor, you mentioned this, the overall aesthetics of this park is also a great advantage to the community as well.
Thank you. And also there's been some terms, I just want to, the community that happens to be watching understand. There was a reference, to Quimby funds. Just briefly, could you, I could say it, but could you just give a brief explanation of what Quimby funds are and what they can and cannot be used for?
Would you like me to answer that, City
Yes,
Manager?
sir. Yes, sir.
So those are development fees issued when new developments go into place. If they're not building parks, they're providing a buyout basically to the city. That money can only be used to develop new park property or facilities. It cannot be used for maintenance. So that's why if people do ask, why aren't you using that to mow the lawns once a week? We cannot use that money for that.
Thank you, sir. And that's the reason why I want you to explain, because I want to be clear to the public that's watching as the council discusses this right now and we come up with some sort of direction for Mr. Hines, that it's very clear to the public that we're not looking at building some fancy thing that we could be taking that money and fixing some other park that needs something done, or maintaining the park. In a perfect world, that would be what would be the wise decision. But the funding we would be going after for this, and the funding that we have currently that we could start building, for example, the 3 smaller fields, is not money that could be used for. It's very specific. And so although maintenance, of course, is an issue, and when we consider building new things, we have to be cognizant of how will we take care of it. And the council is very cognizant of that. And we are, discussing things to possibly remedy that as we go on. But I just want the people that are watching to know that these funds are very specific, and that we're not going to be using money that would be used for something else. So with that, does any of the council want to begin this conversation? Councilmember Papanow, go ahead.
Yeah, so while we still have the slides up, can you go back to the one with the numbers? The cost. There we go. So I want to make sure I understand it right. 2.2 is currently under construction and paid for.
Correct.
And if I understood you correctly, the 2A 3.1 is we actually have that money that could be allocated in that direction at this time. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So you kind of have to look at what we would be sending you out to do, is actually for say 2B, you're only looking for the 4.6 to complete all the way through 2B, because those other numbers are either already paid or we do have that money. Is that correct?
We would have to go out for 4.6 and the 10.9 and the 41.
And the 10.9 would take us into phase 3.
Yes.
Okay.
We would have to find funding for 4.6 for phase 2B.
Okay, all right. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood that right, that, we do actually have a little bit of the way already done on that, should we choose to send you forward on it. So that's all I have right now.
Okay. I'll circle back to everyone too, give ample time to discuss. Councilman Lozano?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Solis, and I appreciate the briefing prior to this meeting on these items. One question I had was the 10.9 million, that is just for what was shown in the slides, right? That's irrigation, well, actually moving the dirt, getting it to where you could build the 2 fields, irrigation, parking lot, all of that stuff.
So the 10.9,
Sorry, 10.9. Yes, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Everything but the community center, but that does include all of the amenities below where it says phase 3.
yes, and all the numbers that we are using are engineering costs. So, when we go out to bid, could be lower, could be higher.
Right.
Really, depending on what it is, those are the best estimates that we can give you today.
Right. So is that having to move dirt into the out of these basin areas and doing all that, or is that?
I would ask if Director Selling could come on board and help with that question.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So, Mr. Selling, my question is this: there's we have some plans for some basins in here in phase 3. Are we going to do a lot of moving of dirt to make those acceptable basins?
Well, I don't know what the grades are. I know part of the area and kind of just maybe slightly above where it's labeled phase 3, there's already a small detention basin there. So some of that's already excavated. But the remainder of it, yeah, there's probably a fair amount of dirt that needs to be moved. I don't know what the earthwork balance would be. And by that, I mean how much we'd have to off haul or how much we could use, around the rest of the site. But there's a moderate amount of grading and at least earth movement that would need to occur to construct those basins.
Okay. And my other question is that ample parking there that to take care of all of the facilities needs in your estimation?
Yeah, I'm not really much of a parking expert. I would say, we could definitely run it by the consultant. I've not really done parking calculations. A lot of times that gets done earlier in the planning phases. The city usually has requirements. I don't know if Mr. Hoffman could provide anything further on that, but we could definitely look at it and determine whether or not it would meet the needs. Some of it too will depend and be a bit seasonal, based on weather certainly and seasons of some of the activities. For instance, the splash park or whatnot, if that were done. So there would be some varying demand that would need to be considered at least. So
I can answer that question on the parking. When we added this third baseball field and removed the parking, that was looked at and the parking was adjusted for the additional use of this field. So parking was added to that in the update to accommodate for all the amenities on property.
My only reason for those questions is I just don't want that to, parking to affect, for instance, Sargent Avenue, where there's not a lot of on-street ability, right? And certainly Elm. We don't want, as much as we can contain it within that, I think it'd be best. And I like
Councilmember Lozano, sorry.
Go ahead.
We looked at that through the process. This site is parked appropriately based upon the facilities are there. If in the future you decide to change, we could take another look at parking, but there isn't on-site parking on Elmer Sargent. There can't be. All the parking has to take place on site. And what we were looking at is realistically what is taking place at the same time Because if you have a baseball game going on, you have to park that baseball game, but you have to actually park the next teams that are coming on the site as well. So there's overlapping of parking that's taking place, but it's parked appropriately. We made sure that the site worked.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then just one last comment. I like the fact that we're thinking about maintenance as well as building, and you know, those do oftentimes come from two different funds. And so I appreciate that. I would just suggest, and I know we've had some conversations about this in the past, but you know, looking at potential state and state grants, and some may be coming through the governor's budget here the next cycle, in terms of matching funds and things like that. And so I think, you know, if you had, we're spending 3.1 million, let's just say, for phase A, 2A, you know, we're not that far off of, if we had a 50% match, or exact match, honestly, on that, we're not that far off from phase 2B. And so anyhow, just some of my thoughts, and I'd certainly like to hear if there are any public comment.
One quick note, there is a grant opportunity that just came out that we are going to apply for. It is a 50% match. So any funding we could get, we will definitely be applying for some of that.
And that's great, Armando. I think that's awesome. You know, again, we have $3.1 million, whether we spend it on phase 2A or not. It has to be spent for development. And if we could get a matching grant to double our money for what we're doing already, I mean, you know, provided there are no significant strings attached that would make it not worth it. But yeah, no, that's awesome. Good work. Thank you.
We checked a lot of the boxes in this new grant coming through, so I'm really excited about it.
Okay, before I call on Councilman Vandenberg, I just want to go ahead and let the public know I'm going to open the public comment period. So if you'd like to raise your hand on Zoom or press *9 on the phone, and we will circle back to you in a moment and call on you for public comment. Would you like to speak, or would you like me to see if there's a comment already, Mr. Vandenberg?
Oh, you can check for comment at any time. Thank you.
Okay. Tina, is there any comment at this time?
We have one hand raised from Jerry Sauter right now.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Sauter.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. I just wanted to kind of put a different perspective on this, and I appreciate our desire to improve the community parks and the work that has gone into this. The only thing that I kind of, as listening to it as a member of the public and following along on some of the messages that are trying to be delivered to the public, is we're going to improve a park that's kind of on the outskirts of Galt. And I live on the east side of town. And so we're kind of getting that mixed message of creating a community with walkability, and let's reconfigure our roads to encourage bicycling and walking. And yet this park is really going to be accessible to someone like me via car. So I'm just kind of putting that out there as we're developing a park that's way out compared to some of our baseball fields that are in the market area, where that's more of the center of the community. So again, appreciate that we're developing this and improving a community park and getting the funds to do that. But just in looking at the Google Maps here, that was something that really kind of struck me. So wanted to share that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sauter, and thank you for your for always bringing your insight to questions. I would want to point out, as you were saying that, I would like to mention too that he makes a good point. However, I also would like to say that I think the last major park to be built in Galt was the Galt Community Park, and that's a significant park, probably the largest in town, and that is actually on the east side. So for someone like me who lives on the west side, that's probably the most furthest park away from where I live. So unfortunately, our town is logistically separated in half by the freeway, and it's just and this park, has been in development plans for many, many years. It's just been slow to proceed. So I mean, we can't just abandon, the process that we have a lot invested so far, whether we decide to build whatever on this or not, or stop where we're at or continue whatever, it will be built out. It's just a matter of when. So, but I think you made a very good point, Jerry. So thank you, Mr. Sutter, for that.
Mayor, can I add some insight to that, please?
Sure, go ahead.
So when the property was built for this park, one of the reasons it was put in that area, the city was developing to the west. At one point, we stopped. We will no longer be going past Sargent. That is also one of the reasons why the school district bought that property. We thought we were going to develop further west. So the course has changed. So it looks like it's on the outskirts of town and probably would have been in the middle of the development if we would have kept with our scope at the time. So we weren't looking for property on the outside of the town limits. We thought we were going to build in that direction at one point.
All right, thank you for that information, Mr. Solis. Councilman Vandenberg, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that actually answered one of my questions was, what is the direction of growth of the city? And clearly it's not this direction, at least not for majority of housing, et cetera. So the school property, what funds would that be purchased with? That cannot be or can be purchased with Quimby funds. And I ask that because I'm curious if what funds it's purchased with. Let's say the diamonds were not built there. Could it be rezoned for commercial or some other use depending on how it's purchased?
We would have to work out those details with the school district. Right now, we're looking to lease the property from the school district because I don't know if they're interested in giving up ownership of the property, even though they don't have a use for it. I think for the purposes of that you saw in this plan, leasing the property would be a good alternative. As far as rezoning and looking at some of the options that you've mentioned, we'd have to talk to legal about that, and we'd actually probably have to look at actually purchasing the property. I don't know if the school district's open to that. We do know that they're open to leasing. Director Solis, any thoughts?
Yes, we also could do a joint use agreement for the property. We currently have 2 of those in place. We have McCaffrey, the 3 baseball diamonds next to McCaffrey Middle School. That's a joint use agreement with the school district. And the Greer Basin is also a joint use property. So those aren't unheard of. It's easy to enter into one of those agreements. So that is also an option.
Okay.
And that would be one of the options that we would bring back.
Is it an actual movie or is it just a recap?
City Clerk, can you?
Yes,
thank you. And so I lost my train of thought. So Councilman Vandenberg, that would be one of the options that we would bring back to the county based on the conversations that we had with the school district. And again, we don't have a firm plan in place to bring this to fruition, but before we put the time and effort into developing that plan, that's why I'm looking for some informal head nod from the council. This is the direction they want to go. And then we will go about developing a plan with various options for your review and approval.
Okay, thank you. So perhaps I misunderstood, but I got the impression that it was very likely that the school would sell that property. I don't get that impression from the statement you just made.
We have to have those discussions with them. Our discussions, and Director Solis, correct me if I'm wrong, our discussions, or at least the discussions I've had with them, were related to leasing the property with a long-term lease.
Yes, I don't believe they're wanting to sell the property at all. My impression is they're willing to discuss a lease or a use agreement.
How long would that lease be?
depending on what's negotiated at the time.
No, okay, I understand that as I was saying it, but I meant, what's a stereotypical, just so we can get a grasp from the public and get a grasp of what.
I think we would be looking for a 20 to 50 year lease, possibly.
20 to 50.
Don't hold me to it because there's another party that's part of this transaction.
Absolutely, sir, absolutely.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that answered most of my questions really between Rich and what our conversation. And then how long until, if we selected, how long until part B2 would start?
That would depend on the funding and when and how we could secure it. City manager would come back to you guys with options, and then you would decide whether we move forward with the options he provided.
Okay.
And so the purpose of this particular item, Councilmember Vandenberg, is to just allow me to start that process.
Yeah, I understand. I just hitting all the bases I can. Thank
Understood.
you. I'm done.
Understood.
Vice Mayor Sandu, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question, but I think most of my colleagues already asked this question. Just a question, the phase 2, A and B phase is 4.6 million. So 4.6 million is not including the land, right?
No, it is not. It's just the development of the land.
So the land we are talking about is not going to buy, I don't think so. They're going to sell it, and we maybe negotiate the long-term lease or the partnership, right?
Those seem to be the best two options.
Okay. And can you mind me a little bit, if we have a partnership, do we have a partnership before? What kind of thing when we're doing a partnership?
So when it comes to both Greer and McCaffrey Fields, what we're doing is we're providing the maintenance for it. During school hours, that is school property and people are not allowed on that property. That's why when the Greer Basin is closed during school hours and people want to use it, we say, sorry, school property up until 3 o'clock, and both with McCaffrey also. So the public cannot use those facilities until school is out and are prohibited to be on there when school is in session.
Okay, so on this piece of property, if we, for example, we negotiating the partnership, this should be not that, because this facility is public can use off school time. There is no school, right? You're gonna try it.
Correct, and unless the school district negotiates something like our youth softball teams for the schools are practicing during this time, then they would probably get preferred scheduling over our programs. And that's typically what happens now at the other two facilities.
All right, thank you. And the one question, not a question, just a suggestion from Mr. Hines. Mr. Hines, this is a good report. I'm good with that. It's a long-term master plan. And, when we can go to, for example, on a phase 3, what you think, funding has to come somewhere, right? Mm-hmm. And we don't know exactly how you get, but what you can try to do. And these step, like on phase 2, 3, or 4, are we using any general fund, or are we using grant? We try to grant or the Quimby fees?
The goal is to use the funding outside of the general fund. And so what we would be looking for is grant opportunities, very similar to what Director Solis described earlier, that, this opportunity that just came to our attention. We'll also be talking with our state legislators because just like we were the beneficiaries of a member's request from last year, if you recall, Assemblyman Cooper's office was able to get a $700,000 for the turf field. If that call for members' request is made again, we will have a ready-made list of needs for our state legislator, Assemblyman Cooper, to propose to his office. So we're looking for grants. We're looking for state assistance. I will also be talking with some of my friends in the bond markets and seeing what debt service looks like on long-term financing for these amounts as well. We'll be looking at that debt, and yes, that debt will be paid partially by the general fund, but it will also be paid by the fees that we get for the parks. And so the parks, so the revenue structure that we have to set up for this park is that revenue not only has to cover maintenance, but it also may have to cover debt service. And so, and those are sort of configurations that I want to get into. It takes a great deal of time and thought. But before I decided to go down that road and start building these economic models to figure out how we can make this park work, I needed to make sure I was in lockstep with council desires, because it's a pretty detailed process.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So my thoughts would be, I mean, it's already been stated that we're not. This isn't a question of us taking money that we could be better used to do something else in the community versus this. This is the funding that we have, the 3.1 in Quimby now has to be used for a specific purpose. The additional funding is not even found yet, as has been said already. Mr. Hines would be out searching for grants or searching for finance opportunities. I think for us to give the green light to pursue this, it is really just saying, go look. I think the 3.1 for the fields we have, I think there's an urgent need for the 3 fields. I think it's in the plan. We've approved it. It's been, this has been the vision for some time. I think if we have the money, we build it. It's still going to be a couple of years before we probably even see those 3 fields. So if we wait much longer, costs could go up. It's another thing that I think people don't realize is if we wait on this stuff, these costs could go up significantly. So if the city manager comes back and says, I'm able to find the 4.6 or maybe even the 12 million for that in the next phase, or I'm sorry, the 9.9, maybe he comes back and says, look, I found this much money. We can then decide if we want to do it, depending on what the parameters of that money, if it's financed, if it's about whatever it is, we can maybe say, you know what, actually, I think we want to hold off. We can make those decisions at that time. I think what he's looking for us now is just the green light for him to, proceed with pursuing forward and see what he can find and what he can do for this plan. I think we'd be doing ourselves a disservice to say no, because there's no hurt in going and looking. And as far as the 3.1, spending that money now, I would be in agreement to that. I think that's what the money's for, and it can only be used for certain things. So let's do it. As far as like Mr. Sauter's comments and, the way the city has grown, unfortunately, I agree. A park like this would have been much better in, say, the Notch property, but the Notch wasn't part of the city, years ago. And we've already have a lot of invested money in this property, a lot of planning invested, a lot of things have been done, and to pull the plug and just steer to a different direction, it's just not practical. So for me, I'm in favor of going forward with 2A and pursuing what's out there to move on beyond that and bring that back to council when the funding is found and see what we think.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
We do have another public comment.
Yes, I was going to ask you.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and let's go to the public comment, and then I'll let Councilman Lozano go in after that.
Okay, we have a public comment from somebody on the phone.
Okay.
So please state your name. Can you unmute yourself?
We can hear you. Go ahead. Caller, can you hear us? I don't know if do you press *9 and you can.
Yeah. Can you unmute yourself? Oh, he's unmuted. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes. We can hear you.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi. Hi, this is Lindy Stinson. I just stepped in. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes. Okay, I just started following this. I was actually in the initial conceptual or the. Hello?
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Just speak.
I just stepped in. Me now? Yes. Hello? Okay, I just started following this.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear
Can you
you.
hear me? I'm sorry. Hi, I was in the 2004, 2005 planning. And so my concern right now is just, you were talking about the parking, and we were told at the time that there would be permits for the neighborhoods if we did run into that situation where parking became an issue. So that was one concern of mine, but the other was I follow this every now and then, and the baseball diamonds uptown, the 4 diamonds.
Oh, it looks like maybe she got disconnected.
Okay.
Do you want me to let you know if she's back on the line?
Yes, please do.
Okay.
If you're watching, we'll give you an opportunity to jump back on. And Tina, just let me know as soon as she does.
Okay.
Councilman Lozano, go ahead.
Yeah, could you go back to the slide that had the finances on it, Armando? Perfect, thank you. I would agree with what the mayor said. I mean, there's no harm in looking into the future to see what we can and finding funding out there if we can. We certainly don't want to close any doors prematurely. I would say this in terms of my thoughts are that I believe that through phase 3 is going to be pretty easy to fund and find funding for over time. Maybe not tomorrow, but I think that, you know, it's $21 million. My thought is this, that if phase 4, the 41 million and securing that funding is becoming burdensome, or I would hate for the rest of the phases to be held up by that. And so my only direction would be, if we could at least conceptually bifurcate phase 2, 2A and 2B, obviously, all that, and phase 3 in one group, and then maybe phase 4 as a secondary. And again, if you're out there and there's money for it, then let's do it. But I would say at least take a look at that from that perspective. You know, community buildings and community centers are not ever cheap. And I know of a jurisdiction that's just beginning the construction of one after 15 or 20 years of bare land. So, and so I think that would be my thought. If you were to have to carve the 41 million out to get the rest at least conceptually moving forward and funded, I would say that would be appropriate. So that's all I have. Thank you.
And it looks like we have Ms. Stinson back on.
Okay, let her go ahead.
Ms. Stinson, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to mute my computer because that's what's not going to mute. Okay. So anyways, my concern was the parking, and I know this is down the road, but when I was on the initial planning, we were told that residents would get permitted parking only, so nobody could be parking in our front of our homes. And then the other issue, or the thought that I had here, was that 2 additional diamonds right there on the corner lot you guys are talking about. I understand the need for 2 more diamonds, but are you guys still getting around or talking about the 4 diamonds downtown or uptown? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you guys. Let me see if I can.
We can hear you just fine when you were speaking.
Okay, I'm watching it on a computer and I'm getting like 2 different time delays here. So is the 4 diamonds uptown going to be turned into the strip mall, and then we'll be short those 4 diamonds, or are we going to keep the 4 diamonds and in addition have these 2 new ones that you guys are looking to get?
I think, can you hear me, ma'am?
I can hear you, yes.
I think, not to dive into it too deep, but the future of the ball diamonds uptown are uncertain at this time. We're not sure if they will be replaced with some kind of development, or if they're not, they're going to need some money put into them at some point too. But again, this money here is not money that could be used for that. So we're not really sure if those 4 diamonds will exist in the same proximity with these 2, and they'll have 6 total, or they won't. We're not really certain at this time.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just kind of, to me, it defeats the purpose if we're saying, well, we need 2 more diamonds because we're short, but yet, I just don't understand why the 4 uptown can't be whatever you guys have to do to take care of it to keep them. So that's where I'm kind of confused. It's like, I don't understand. You want to get rid of 4, but you want to keep, build 2 more, and which we definitely do need 2 more. I mean, I have grandkids in sports, and there's shortages everywhere, and they're trying to squeeze in, practice time and game time, and it's nuts. But I just want to speak about that too. So when the time comes, I'll follow these meetings. But that's just the thought for now for people who are listening. It's like, it'd be great if we could keep the 4 uptown and have 2 additional here. Well, the 3rd one actually that you guys are going to make the 2 diamonds, the existing 2 into 3. Now that's awesome. And then the 2 more you want to add. That was just, like I said, that's just a thought for now, but also it was kind of confusing. It was like, why get rid of 4 and then you say you need 2 more?
Yeah. Thank you for your comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just be keeping up on these. I mean, I appreciate you guys, what you're doing. I hope more public gets involved. And you guys, did you say you're going to open this to the public in another, where they don't call in, they can come in person if it's not COVID? If COVID's not blocking the meetings, or how more can the public find out about this besides just the newsletters and the newspapers? Is there something else you guys can put out there where more people will get involved?
Mr. Mayor, why don't I handle that one? So that will be a topic to come. This discussion is about the direction to the city manager to move forward with this particular part. Now, when I get my direction, then that action plan will also include public input as well.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
And can I make one point of clarification? There are only 3 ball diamonds on the sports complex property. There are not 4. So
downtown?
Yeah, there are only 3 diamonds there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, it's funny. As much as I go, you think I'd know how to count those. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye. You too.
Do we have any other public comment, Tina?
No public comment. I did get notice from in the back though that to make it easier if someone's watching us online to go ahead and mute it if they're going to speak through the phone. That will help out a little bit.
Okay. Mr. Vandenberg, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to hear from other council members, but personally, I think 4 should be put on deep back burner or not done. I'd like to see phase 2A done and the next phase 3 done, and then either skip or switch places, 2B, switch places with 3, or drop all together, because we don't know what's going to happen with that property yet. So we're making plans on unsure ground. So I would prefer to see, can finish what we're doing, phase 2, and then phase 3. And then the ball fields could still be done if the land is taken care of, but that gives us plenty of work to do with a known value, known quantity, known direction.
Thank you, Councilmember. I can't see all of you, so I cannot see Kevin or Rich. So if either of you have a comment, Mr. Papanow, go ahead. Now I can see you.
Yeah, so just kind of to round it out, I am fully in favor of requesting the city manager and staff to move forward with seeking the funding moving through. And kind of to Councilmember Vandenberg's point, from prior experience, the school district, they're in a little bit of an odd situation to work from, because if they were to want to dispose of land, like sell it, there's some restrictions on that because of the way land is attained with the state. So a joint use agreement, a lease, things like that would be acceptable and could be worked on. And that can be worked on at the same time as grant funding is sought for the other phases. And of course, when the time comes, we can kind of work on the different order of them. And another, I believe, from our meetings prior to this, the phase 4, I believe that funding is based on a 15-year plan. So it has the funding acceleration based on the costs going up and stuff. So, I think certainly moving forward right now is fine. And, as we know, things may, as they develop, that there's not housing all around this park, things may develop that, a community center is not the biggest need for our city in that area, and that particular part of the project, could be changed. Then we certainly have that option. So, I'm, fully in favor of getting moving forward, knowing that there will be some flexibility and some, requirements. Things, change a little bit as we get down to the actual implementation.
I would agree with that completely, and with Mr. Vandenberg about phase 4. I don't think it's a high priority, but I honestly don't think it's something that's going to even be on the plate for a long time. But again, I think as he finds funding, he'll let us know. If he's able to find the $60 million somewhere and comes back and says we could do the whole thing, then I guess the council at that time can decide whether or not the community center is something we want. It's not a big priority to me either. I would like to just proceed forward with 2A, 2B, and to what Jay said about the negotiations. I think there's no harm in sitting down at the table with the school district while we're looking for funding. Maybe the agreement the school district is willing to put together with us is just not favorable to us and would not be feasible, and maybe we just walk away from that even if we find the funding, and we don't do 2B. Maybe we just move on to phase 3. But I think just giving the city manager the green light to sit down and start having that discussion and see what that looks like, I think is okay with me, and to look for the funding for whatever we can. So that's kind of my feeling on it.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I think I have my direction. And so I appreciate it, and thank you all.
Okay, do we have any last public comment, Tina, before we wrap on this particular item?
No public comment.
Mr. Vandenberg, you still have your hand up. Did you have a comment? Or
Yes, because of the past, and things always haven't as clear in our mind as other people's mind, I would politely ask the city manager if he could reiterate back to us what he feels we have directed him.
Well, you've directed me to complete the current efforts that are in play. You've directed me to complete 2A. You've directed me to, with 2B, it's okay to seek funding, but that is still subject to negotiation and council direction. as all of this is. And also you've directed me to see if I could seek funding for phase 3. Phase 4 can be held off at that time. However, if you're hit with a proposal that's sort of a windfall, feel free to bring that back, and council will decide what the direction will be. Also, going forward, as we present these plans, they are to have a great element of public input and flexibility regarding their configuration.
Is that sufficient to your likeness, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, it is to me. Everybody else, do you also agree with what was stated? Excellent.
Okay. And it's on tape, so it's always there for our reference.
All right. No further public comment, Tina?
No public comment.
Okay. Then we will move on to our next item, which is going to be item H3, Galt Market Visionary Plan. Mr. Hines.
So Director Hoffman will be presenting this item. And so the Galt Market Visionary Plan has been a project of mine and the staff's for the past year since I've been with you. However, this project has been being pursued by the city since we received the initial grant funding, which Director Hoffman will explain. But we received grant funding for this effort back in 2017. So this has been sitting with the city for almost 5 years. And so what we did with the visioning plan, or the visioning effort, was to go through and complete the public input effort. And Director Hoffman, you can hold off and just sit there on that slide. But what we wanted to do was complete the public input effort and get this report back to the California Energy Commission. Now, the initial requirements for this grant required that the council sanction or approve of the plan going back to the CEC. The CEC has since relaxed that requirement, and basically a plan can be submitted and it does not have to be approved or endorsed or even liked by council. But they need a plan so that we can fulfill the terms of the grant. And so what you're going to see here in this slide is, in this presentation, is a rediscussion of the process, what we did to get public input. We're going to show you a revised visionary plan for the Galt market. So you have a sense of what we're turning into the CEC. And then the question I will ask the council after it's all said and done, now that we've fulfilled the requirements of this grant, is there a desire for council to direct me to go forth and come up with some version of a redevelopment or rejuvenation plan for the Galt market? And if we're happy with the way things are, that's fine. But if council wants me to move forward, hey, there's some elements of this visionary plan that we like, there's some elements that we don't like. And so we'd like to have a discussion about that going forward. Then I can do that and set up workshops, public forums, and we can have more discussion about the Galt market. Now, the difference between the visionary plan is, again, that was grant driven, a lot of public input. And the effort that we're putting forth now is the effort that we're putting forth going into the future will go toward building an actual implementation plan. And so that's why I suggest going forward, we'll include a lot of council workshops, a lot of public input, and this is where we roll up our sleeves and figure this out. And so with that being said, I'm going to let Director Hoffman go through and do the presentation. But the good news is, we just have to turn a plan in, and I think you'll like the plan that's there. Again, it reflects a great deal of public input that we've garnered over the past year and a half. Director Hoffman.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We have been sitting on this grant since 2017. So we've been able to finish a number of projects within the city. Our climate action plan, that was a big deal. The Carillion Corridor plan gave an opportunity to see a road in a different manner, as well as this Galt visioning document as well. So, and I hope everyone could see the screen. Back in 2019, the city began a conceptual effort with the community. At that point in time, there were more discussions. We didn't actually have a document to look at, more of a plan to offer comments on. And so in late 2019, this began, this effort. And originally presentations were made to our various commissions and committees, the chamber, the Galt School Board, as well as in March 2020, we had a public forum, and it was attended by roughly 50 citizens. So you had this process started, and unfortunately, we all know what happened in March 2020. You basically had COVID begin, and it really changed what public processes look like, what our opportunities to interact with people were. And so the original CEC grant had an end date of July 1st, 2021. And we started working at the end of 2020 on trying to put together a plan that we could present to the council, to the commission. And we were essentially notified in February of 2021, oh, you need to spend all this money in a matter of 2 months. And it just completely changed the nature of what this effort was. Instead of being more of a longer term planning effort, it was more of a visioning effort, you know, an opportunity to try to get people starting a dialogue, getting an idea of what this area may look like. And so a concept was put together. This shows the plan that was originally presented to the community in late March, early April, falling into June and July, an overall area concept for what this area could look like in 20 or 40 years. And there's some aerial flyovers of what that area could look like with that plan. And so in April, the council told staff, you know, yeah, we're under the guise of COVID. You can't have necessarily public gatherings, but to make this process as public as you possibly can. And this presentation was given well over 40 times. You have a list of different organizations within your staff report, as well as with this slide, community groups, all your various commissions and boards. If there was somebody that wanted a presentation, it was given to that group. And if they had follow-up questions, we did one-on-one meetings. But there was well over 40 meetings. And if you don't, and Lorenzo would probably say it was probably closer towards 60 because he gave them. But anyone who wanted this presentation, we gave it. It was a very public process in that I thought we reached out to anyone who could possibly want to see this thing. And one thing I would say is we got a lot of feedback. It was a true visioning exercise. There were a lot of comments, and you know, there were comments that were focused on the effort, and there were comments that were kind of on a tangent. We learned a lot about this community. We learned about what's important, what's not, priorities, amenities that are important, amenities that are driven by this market area, as well as maybe amenities that have to do with Parks and Rec or finances. So we learned a lot about what the community wants, what it doesn't want, and different priorities. Based upon those comments, you know, there was a discussion about the types of housing that may be included in this area. And this is a January document. You know, definitely we heard from folks that the project needs to connect to the city and the community. There should be a highest and best use for this area. Improvements should be used to help pay for the Galt market and some recreational facilities and programs. You know, definitely any housing that was included in this area should be special. It should be housing that is not currently being provided in the community, some type of higher density or or senior housing. We definitely heard, not as much single family housing. There is some single family in this plan, but it's on the Fair Site school site, and whatever the school would want to do, that's up to them. There were a lot of comments about parking, making sure that there was adequate parking. This site plan does include over 1,000 parking spaces. But it was a very interactive process. And like I say, we heard a lot from the community, what they were looking for. Oh, here, wait a second. I think I just skipped a slide. Okay. And so again, it was a visioning process. It wasn't a planning activity. It was an activity that was meant to generate dialogue. Again, what could this area look like 20 or 40 years? It was a chance for the community to think about the past, the present, the future of this area. Again, lots of dialogue about current market operations, community finances, discussions about what amenities would be included at Walker Park and what recreational facilities were important to the community. And as far as the visioning process, it generated a lot of community discussion. I've heard from folks saying, oh, maybe this wasn't the best effort. Any effort in which you can gather people together, and that effort includes dialogue about what's best for the community, that's not a bad effort. And so as far as a visioning exercise, I thought it was very successful. And we heard a lot. It's driven a lot of the discussions you've heard tonight and is on the agenda. Discussions about Walker Market or the Walker Park, the Galt Market operations that you'll hear after this, as well as items that are within your strategic plan. So there was definitely a lot of discussions tonight. This is more, again, a further discussion. The COVID changed how the Energy Commission looked at this grant. And essentially, the grant's done. We've got kind of a modified land plan. We're going to tell them how we took this on the road, provided a discussion to the community. But the effort is complete at this point in time from a visioning exercise. And I think we were able to accomplish what we needed to. And next steps, with that, I'd like to turn it back over to our city manager to discuss what he's hoping to get from you from a next step opportunity.
And so as Director Hoffman mentioned, we've given anywhere between 40 and 60 presentations, or should I say I've given anywhere between 40 and 60 presentations of this Galt Market Visionary Plan as directed by council back in April 2021. The thing that I have reiterated time and time again is this is not a planning document. And I think once everyone sort of settled down and understood this is not a planning document, this is just a visionary document, then the imagination started to open up and we started to have some really good dialogue. There's some organizations that I just wanted to call out and to thank them immensely for their feedback because it helped shape the plan, that transformed the plan that we saw back in April to the plan that is that we intend to submit to the CEC basically tomorrow. And the first group is the Youth Commission because they were very helpful in helping us understand the need for housing, especially for the younger folks coming up. The Commission on Aging, very helpful in understanding the fact that there is a need for senior housing here in Galt. The Galt Lions, outstanding, gave us great feedback, and I am so appreciative of my time with them. So hats off to the Lions. The Planning Commission, very instrumental in helping us understand the value. I believe parking was the big discussion that we had with them, and we knew we had to address that. So I appreciate that. The Historical Society, another good group with very good suggestions. And also the Board of Directors for the Community Services District, Consumers Community Services District. Very good group, had a good discussion with them, even though they're outside of Galt. It was interesting to get their perception of this visioning document. So I wanted to just, we spoke with a number of folks. Those are the presentations that tend to stick out in my mind. And so we wanted to show the public how this process ended and bookend it and show everybody, okay, here's the result of the public input. And so the next question that I have here is regarding where do we go from here? Is there an interest in coming up with some level of implementation plan for the future of the Galt market? And there either, I mean, and I just need to know if I should start putting my energies into that or to leave the effort right at the visioning level and turn this into the CEC and let's just hold for now. And so that's the direction I'm looking for from council, and I would love to just have your feedback and comments.
Okay, sorry, I was on mute. I will, I'm gonna go ahead and open the public comment. So if someone has a comment, you can raise your hand online or raise your hand on Zoom, and we will call on you as, and then I'll go ahead and go to the council for comments. Does anybody on the council want to pipe in first on this? Councilman Vandenberg, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to start by saying, you know, what's it, Cibola Avenue and everything west is either private and or owned by the school. So as we're looking at this document, you know, we're going to have some of the same problems we discussed previously about Walker Park and school-owned property, as well as what's the last street by the church and Dutch Brothers East. That's also private property. So when you're looking at the document, you can't really say that you can approve that when, correct me if I'm wrong, that land, it has not been purchased, correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Vandenberg, and that's the beauty of this visionary plan, and that it exists as a vision, and it is not a planning document, and we don't have to worry about things like, you know, negotiating with the other property owners. However, if that becomes part of council's vision going forward, then we will enter into discussions with those property owners, should council desire it. But for this particular plan, I understand your concerns, but for this particular plan, no. Going forward with an implementation plan, yes, sir. You're spot on.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that as this discussion started, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other council member have a comment? Do we have any public comment, Tina?
Not at this time.
Okay. I'll keep calling for public comment as we go through this. Councilman Fabino, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I do. So I'll start with saying that we all, I think, on this council and generally throughout the community agree that something needs to be done, and that we have a tremendous potential in this property that we own. And I think that we're going, you know, if we sit still, we're going backwards. And, you know, as has been stated, this is a visionary plan. I was at the March 2020 meeting, and I see in this plan a ton of stuff that was on those sticky notes that everybody was putting up for their ideas, along with a lot of what I've heard from people, you know, over the years of what we want in our community. How come we don't have this in our city? And I see a lot of that reflected in this plan. And I think that, you know, we have the opportunity to move forward and start trying to work through this. And it's, you know, it's changed in the 40 to 60 presentations that city manager's done. And I have no doubt that it'll continue to change as we get further into input and finding out the specifics of, what people want and what'll work. So I would hate to say, let's just park this idea and sit and do nothing. I think we need to continue moving forward and working toward refining this and toward whatever type of implementation that we can. That's kind of my opening thoughts about this.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, the city manager is kind of looking for, I mean, he needs to hear from all of us because he's looking for direction on what he should do. I guess I can weigh in a little bit on this. I've obviously been following this thing long before I was on council. This is a really big deal for the community. I know this is a visioning plan, and maybe some of this or none of this comes to fruition for 10 years or 20 years, and we don't know. As I've watched this come along, I've been a part of many of those meetings and those presentations, and I've seen this thing kind of evolve a little bit, some of the changes that have happened to it. I think for me, there's a lot of legacy here with this property, and there's a lot of history, and that's stuff that I don't take lightly. Things like the Assembly Bill. Obviously, to do some of these things on this property, that would have, some of the legislation would have to be changed. Those are things that are big steps to take and shouldn't be taken lightly. There's a reason those things are in place. With that being said, I also acknowledge that there's a feeling that this property isn't being used to its best potential. And I think in some respects that could be true. There's some derelict properties within this area, I think, that need some use badly. What I don't feel, though, I don't feel that this plan right now is going to solve our immediate problems right now. I think that the other things the councilor is moving on right now and working on are actually gonna be solutions that could solve our problems. This to me is something that if it were to come to fruition would be too late to solve those things anyway. So I don't really put it as a solution to those. I look at it through a different perspective. But I do like some of the plan. I'll be straightforward and say there's some of it I'm still not quite a fan of. I'm very reluctant about some of the housing. I don't know if housing on this property is what the community really wants. I don't disagree with the fact that the community needs some certain type of housing. I just don't know that the market property and what the legacy of this property was intended to be is that, but that's just my opinion personally. Would I be open to, planning or workshops to, take this from where it's at to a planning document? I would not say I'm against that. I'm always open-minded and to see where a discussion would take. But with that said, is it a priority for me for this coming year? I would say no. I feel like we have a lot of other things that are more important. I feel like I appreciate all the time that's been put on this. And I think if, next year or maybe following council wants to move forward with this and really roll up their sleeves, then that would be great. If this council chooses to do that and move forward with some workshops and it's the will of the majority of us, then I guess that's what'll happen. But for me, it's not a priority at this time. But again, we're a 5-board majority, so that's what I'd like to say at this point. Anybody else like to comment? Do we have any public comment, Tina?
Sorry, I was on mute. No public comment at this time.
Okay. Looks like I have a hand up from Councilman Lozano. I'll start with him. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I would say this. I think that the first want to thank the staff and my colleagues for the amount of work that went into this over the last really the last 2 years, but certainly in the last year with the presentations to the community, and I was able to be a part of some of those as well, and I think that we got good information from the community on what we could do differently, not necessarily just at the market property, but certainly as a whole, and some of that synergy and excitement, certainly from some of the groups that the city manager mentioned, I would hate to see just die off, because I think that you know, we could get some good stuff going for the city. And again, is it going to solve the issue of the declining market revenues that we've had over the last 15 years? I would submit absolutely not. But not pursuing anything either is just, I think, going to continue to kick the can down the road for others to figure out. And one thing that I've learned being on this council the last several years is that there's a lot of that going on, and a lot of things that I find myself saying, well, man, I wish they would have tackled this back then. It would have been a much easier issue to deal with today, but that it hasn't been the case. Those aren't the cards we're dealt with. So I like the plan. There are some things in it that I'm not real big on, but I certainly would hate to discount the input that has been received and not pursue it any further. And so I think more formally pursuing and not just shelving this plan would be my druthers. And again, you know, we can't control the properties that are outside of the city, but city properties. But I would submit that if things are beginning to happen on those properties, the other property owners may take notice and may want to do something different with their property as well. So you know, it's just it's about partnerships with the community, certainly the businesses in that community, and seeing what is available out there. And so my direction would be to at least begin to open up some of those that dialogue to see where we can do or how we can do workshops to get more public input, maybe breaking it out in phases so that it's a little less of a large elephant to eat. Maybe we could just eat the snout first and talk about what it's going to require to fund some of this stuff. And again, I'm with the mayor in some respect that the housing, at least from my perspective, would have to have a little bit more, you know, through the meat grinder a couple more times to see if we get a good sausage out of it. I'm not necessarily opposed to housing altogether, but I think that and it has, you know, the first plan I saw is much different in terms of housing than it is today. So I think that's all I have. Those are all the notes that I had. I appreciate the time and energy and that everyone's put in, not only the city manager, but everyone that's put into this. And I would say ship it off to the CDC and tell them thank you for their money, and we appreciated it, and then move forward. So thank you.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Lozano. I didn't realize I was muted still. Vice Mayor, you had your hand up. Did you no longer want to speak?
No, I would like to make a couple comments. First of all, thank you, staff. Thank you, Mr. Hines. The effort he made with the community. That's a visionary report, and the same thing. I'm agree with everybody else. You know, especially with the mayor, we should not be have, you know, that prioritized. It's kind of long-term 40-year plan. If we can do the next year, it's not going to be that much problem. My other thing is on this plan, that's my personal opinion. I does not want to see the sports complex going out from that place. There may be some region because we know we building a Walker Park, but this is a middle and heart of the city. And when parents or everybody came, they have a lot of foods very close to that. Everything else will be a very close to the players and their parents. That's why I like to. The other thing is same thing everybody else concerned about the housing. Yes, we say we need that apartment complexes, but certainly there is some other private developer. They're going to come to ask. They need apartment complex. So in the housing, if we look at a short of housing, is not in this city, all in California, short of houses. So the housing on that area, I'm not that much fan on that. There is a couple things. Yes, I does not want to be totally complete, but if there is a option, if there is in future option come with a modified plan, and there's a couple things to do a different couple option we had, I certainly would like to consider. But as is visionary port, I'm not fan of to take more of the sports complex and the housing on that area. And I certainly understand on the flea market, this is 45 acre. We are not using properly. We have to use as a business, is a private business or the government, we have to use it properly so we can have more income. That's why this the same thing we came up because we needed more revenue to this city. So we have a healthy general fund. I totally understand, but on the visionary, we have to do modified or have to come back this year or next year, whatever, be modified. Thank you. That's my comment so
far. Excuse me. Thank you, sir. Do we have any public comment? Tina?
No public comment.
Okay, Councilman Vanderberg.
Thank you, sir. I just run through it real quick. So correct me if I'm wrong, if housing were to be built and there would be a need for street repairs, that money could not come out of general fund. That would also have to be, because of AB 3773, that money would also have to come out of monies generated from the property or Parks and Rec funding, correct?
Council member, I'm not aware. I don't have an answer for you. That would be the details that we would bring back to council should council decide to schedule workshops on this particular issue.
Thank you. That's just something to keep in mind, I guess, then. I'm not a fan of the housing all around, to be honest. I'm concerned if it's low-income housing, not that there's anything wrong with that, but those are generally not people with disposable incomes to feed restaurants and the like. I also concerned that the state may mandate us requiring it to be homeless housing or something like that, and they will destroy it. I'm not a fan of the baseball diamonds moving. I would like to see the city aggressively look for a federal grant for a parking garage. It's a constant problem. I think it would help free up property if we could consolidate parking on 3-4 story parking garage. I know that's a long-term process. I think the city should start immediately looking for a federal grant, and I'd like to see that next to City Hall, actually towards the dental office. That's a nice sized lot. I think the bigger the better, where it's already a parking lot. I don't think you would lose anything as far as function as it is presently. I believe we should try and I think it is a priority to generate cash ASAP. And sections of property that is over by Cafe Latte, it used to be the youth center, and now it's a cement lot. If that could be developed in kind of some kind of retail, that's something that could help produce income upfront without affecting the property as well. Long term, you know, the market doesn't really have a storefront. It's a market surrounded by parking lots. I think in a marketing sense, that should change. And we don't know what's going to happen in the market in the long run. I would like to see the start of or continuing of building properties, building retail around the perimeter of the market, then the market could stay as it is and double as parking lot for the retail around the perimeter of the property. I think those are things that could be done without great disruption while generating income for the city. I think I'll stop right there. Thank you.
All right, I just unclear. Jay, I know you just expressed a lot of opinions on your view of the property and what it shouldn't be. But I think we need, as a council, the 5 of us need to figure out how we feel about what he's asking us for right now. What he's asking us for right now is, it's pretty straightforward. Do we, as a majority, is there a majority of us want to move forward with workshops and continued discussion to make this plan some sort of planning document, make changes to it, whatever? Or do we want to pause this at the moment? I think that's really what we're looking for right now. He's looking for the direction on that.
Yeah, I understand. It's also, one of the rare times that we get to discuss all of this in a public setting without breaking the Brown Act or anything like that. So I like to stay, while I get the opportunity. As far as satisfying, clearing this hurdle, we're not pinning our name to anything, so why not?
Okay.
So correct. Okay, let's.
So do you want to clarify, Mr. Vandenberg? I think we're unclear.
I'm okay with the document. I mean, I wouldn't vote to proceed with this plan, but we're trying to clear a hurdle here, correct?
Right. And so what I'm asking you is next steps. Do we want to go forward and have workshops and discussions about actually the details that you just mentioned in a workshop format, and engage all 5 council members moving forward in the development of an implementation plan that can take the form that council wants it to take? Or do you want me to stop right now?
No.
Okay.
We cannot stop.
Okay.
To me, it's a priority. It should have been done 13 years ago, 20 years ago.
Okay. So that's what I'm hearing three of you say.
Yeah, to kind of clarify, sum up, what I said earlier, I do think we need to keep moving forward. And obviously we're going to have hurdles that come with trying to develop this. And there's, things that people don't like or wish would change. And we can talk about that going through the process. But one thing I'm really fearful of is not having some sort of master plan. It's going to take a lot of work to refine this to something that's acceptable to everybody, but a piecemeal approach of throwing, one thing here and one thing there throughout this property is a disaster waiting to happen. So I do think we need to keep working toward something that's going to be a comprehensive plan so that everything's going to work together. And I'll always go back to try and drive from Rayleigh's to East Stockton through that gauntlet that's a piecemeal chaos of driveways all crashing into each other. And we could create that on steroids if we don't have some sort of cohesive master plan to move forward with. So I would, I hate to see us stop. I'd like to see us move forward, but certainly knowing that there's going to be a whole lot of tweaking and changing along the way.
So, Mr. Mayor, what I'm hearing is that proceeding with workshops during this calendar / fiscal year is okay. I understand that your and Vice Mayor Sandhu's opinions are that this is not a priority right now. And so I'm going to try to meet everyone halfway, and that we start to schedule these workshops, council workshops and public workshops after we get the budget put away and at the end of June or July. And so that way we can focus on budget and then come back and start working on the Galt market plan. How does everyone feel about that? Or do you want me to start scheduling them earlier? Or because right now I'm hearing that the will is, we want to continue talking about this. Is July an appropriate time frame to start this up again? Or would you like me to start it in March or April, or give me your thoughts?
Well, I'm since I'm on the dissenting side of this feeling, and I do respect the will of the majority of the council to move forward with workshops, and so obviously that's the will of the council, and so that's what we're going to do. As far as the timing of that, I'll let the three that want to do that go in with when they would like to start. I'm fine with waiting until after the budget, but again, I've already expressed my opinion on it, so I'll let them weigh in on that. Mr. Lozano.
You know, I think, and again, this is just my perspective, but I think that the best judgment of workload for the staff and for the city is the city manager. So I would certainly defer to his best judgment on that. I don't have any heartburn of doing it tomorrow or not doing it tomorrow. So whatever's going to work. I know we've put some things off this last several months that we may have been able to tackle before in terms of the schedule. So you know, I don't want this to go on for too much longer without at least addressing some of these things. But I'll certainly defer to the city manager in terms of workload and appropriate timing.
Councilman Papineau.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I mean, it's not lost on me that in our last item we discussed, we handed him another project to go forward with that I think is a much more near-term project than this, 20-year plan. So, I'm also fine with, as he determines the priorities move forward, and, as he suggested, July, that would be fine with me. I'm good with his call.
Okay, well, it looks like Mr. Hines is going to be your discretion, so.
That also, and I just wanted to say this, it also gives us time that hopefully this pandemic will blow over, and I'm just crossing my fingers here, that we can actually meet in person, that we can actually hold some town hall meetings and get the public's sort of live opinion on this. Although we've done these 40 to 60 presentations, it would be great to have this conversation with the public in person. I can say that the document that you see before you reflects the public's, or at least those 60 folks that we talked to, reflects their thoughts. And not 60 folks, but 60 organizations and individuals. It reflects their thoughts. So I just wanted you all to know that. So as we start, I'm going to put this plan in front of you because as far as we're concerned, we being the staff, this is what the public told us they wanted. And then we can start from there. Okay, so I wanted you all to know that because I know public input is very important to the five of you. As it is to the staff. But I thank you for the direction tonight. And depending on how budget goes, and I intend for our budget process to be transparent and smoother than you've seen in the past, we may be able to start in May. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And council members, thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. No public comment. Tina?
No public comment.
All right. All right, we're going to move on to item H4, which is the subject is going to be the weekend market. Mr. Hines.
And so last fall, we had a discussion, I believe it was in October. Was it November? I believe it was November, that we had a discussion about what to do in the near term for the Galt market. And as we mentioned in the last item, the Galt market visionary plan is about what the market will look like in 20 or so years. We still have issues, an economic issue to deal with in the current area, the current time frame, in that we have to figure out a way to flatten out that declining revenue curve for the market. The market is still generating a profit. So I want to make sure that's clear. The market is still generating a profit. However, that profit is shrinking. And so we want to get ahead of the curve and keep that curve flat, or have it go the other way. But I wanted to reiterate that for the public watching. We are not losing money. It is still generating a profit. And so Director Solis is going to come on and give you staff's recommendation on how we address the near-term issue. And we look forward to hearing your comments and suggestions and any modifications to this plan. Director Solis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Armando Solis, Parks and Rec Director again. Feel like this focus has been on Parks and Rec all night, so I'll try and do my best on this one. So on April 6th of 2021, City Council directed staff to return with information regarding expanding the Galt market hours of operations to include weekends. At the September 21st, 2021 meeting, the feasibility study was presented to City Council. It was discussed, but Council did not want to make a decision at the time without a full Council present. So tonight we bring back our recommendation. During the recommendation at the September 21st staff report, staff suggested that Parks and Rec staff implement a pilot program. So this is that pilot program that we were talking about. So before we get to this, I want to talk about how we got to there. So that property between 37 and 54 was the Sacramento County Fairgrounds. In the 60s, that property turned into dumping grounds. In 71, our council had the vision to upgrade that property and build a true fairgrounds and market. As with some, as you saw with the Walker Master Plan, things change, and you can kind of see what now became the Galt Market property with the baseball field, City Hall, and the market grounds. So in the early 80s, this is what you saw. They started the baseball fields. It went from that one field to 3. You still see the market property is dirt. And when I tell people I'm as old as dirt, this is when I started working here. I actually worked up this property on this dirt, and it was a really different time. But as we transform into 2022, at the height of the market, you can see what it became. And what this is to show you is that this didn't start like this overnight. We had to grow into that. And that was this transformation. So the pilot program we're about to present to you is going to be a Saturday market. And I'm going to ask our special events manager, Jackie Garcia, to come on and to present this to you.
Okay, give me just a moment here. Okay, Jackie, you should be good.
If you're talking, Jackie, you're muted.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Mondo, for the introduction. I'm excited to present on a proposed seasonal event that has been directed. That is the direct result of City Council's request to provide City of Galt residents with the weekend market option. For over 50 years, we have offered weekday market shopping at the Galt Market. And in 2020, we added on a Friday night market event during the summer months. And now in 2022, we want to increase the farmers market artisan-inspired shopping experience by adding a weekend evening event, the Saturday market. Next slide. Modeled after our popular Friday night farmers market and harvest event, Saturday market will continue to exemplify the City of Galt's vision statement to be a premier family-oriented community united to create a unique city with diverse shopping, dining, entertainment, and employment opportunities within a small town atmosphere. In addition to Galt's vision statement, the newly proposed Saturday market would also promote healthy living, create food accessible by all people of every socioeconomic status, foster a sense of community, and support local vendors in an increased way. Next slide. Not only have we thought out the plan for how the market would operate, we also are proposing the branding for this new weekend event. As you can see, the image is kept simple and clear and easily understood by visual appearance. Next slide. The idea is to keep the running icon throughout all creative materials and intermix taglines that we feel the Saturday market will be known for, such as local artisan vendors, local farmers shopping, general shopping experience, live music, family-friendly atmosphere, Central Galt event location, community sponsorship with a wide variety of organization types, such as chamber members, store supports, sponsors, and retail stores. Next slide. We also thought ahead to begin theming our Saturday market to monthly themes tied to celebrating known holidays and topics of interest for our community. This will continue our momentum from the farmers and harvest market and provide the community a vibrant experience. For example, in April, we'll collaborate with a local school to have a spring concert, including an interactive and educational component that will give children of all ages the chance to learn more about their favorite truck. In May, activities will be planned and will center around the celebration of Mexican customs and cultures, highlighting cultural dancing, mariachis, and colorful pottery. In June, the opportunity to grab an ice cold brew from one of our local breweries and try an array of barbecue vendors, including an element of a backyard cooking competition. In July, we will be in conjunction with our ID celebration, asking the market vendors to be part of the evening activities for 4th of July festivities. In August this month, we'll be celebrating classic cars and rock and roll. September will be similar to our back to school farmers market event that we had this year, providing fun carnival rides, face painting, and backpack and school supplies to give away to support our local students. In October, we will conclude our market with fall festive activities such as the pumpkin patch, have our artisan vendors focused on fall theme artisan vendors, and Scarecrow Alley that is partnering with local businesses. Next slide. The less eye-catching but most important financial component is the proposed budget for the Saturday market. Detailed here are the expenses tied to adding on a Saturday evening market to engage our community with a total bottom line projected cost of just under $20,000. Some of these expenses, just to give you a brief overview, would entail training, which would be from the Farmers Market Coalition. That training would network with other farmers market and other vendors to talk about trends, process, and what the new permitting process is to be a farmers market vendor. In addition to advertising, just a brief snap on advertising, we would focus on social media boost, website, digital campaigns, additional banners throughout the community, as well as radio plugs that goes out weekly to promote that this is happening. Next slide. Of course, adding a new market would make necessary the adding on of new staff costs to support the business operation of the new event. As you can see, we're asking for additional project specialist compensation as well as a part-time rec worker staff pay to cover the added hours of coordinating the operation of the Saturday market. The overall management of the market would still be overseen by the Parks and Rec director and myself, but the added coordination of vendors, promotions, logistics setup, cleaning and maintenance of the market would require additional staffing. That total additional staff cost is projected at $3,215. Next slide. With the harvest market last year generating over $750 in city revenue and 27 artisan vendors and 9 vendors, we foresee the Saturday market, if not meeting, but exceeding the same level of successful numbers. Based on the numbers of the harvest market we targeted from April through June for this coming year, our goal would be 30 vendors. And for July through October would be a goal of 40 vendors. That reaching the artisan vendors to be 9,300 and food vendors and prepackaged would be 4,800. In addition, we have partnered with a local business here that has participated in our farmers market and wants to continue the partnership and will be sponsoring as a partner again this coming year. As we have reviewed, we are asking for direction for the seasonal offering of the Saturday market. However, with this invest, we anticipate bringing more pride in being a great American little town. Thank you again for listening to this presentation. I hope that you are as excited as me and my team are to provide the City of Galt with something new and exciting at a time we could all use a little more joy. Thank you to the City Council for your continued support of the Galt market and for your support of continued growth and expansion of everything we do.
So as recommended at the September 21st meeting that no action was taken, this is our idea for our pilot program. And the recommendation to City Council is to review the staff report, receive presentation, and provide direction to staff. So we're willing to take any questions at this time.
Okay, I'm going to open the public comment period up. So if anybody has a public comment, they can raise their hand or press *9, and I'll call on you from time to time as we discuss this. I'll start off with Vice Mayor Sandu. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Mayor, and my colleague, all the council members give me the opportunity. For last time when we discussed that, and they want to make a decision on when they form council. I really thank you, Mayor, and all the council members. I believe when Council Member Badenberg, he asked about the weekend operation. I believe his mind was we can make some more kind of profit. We can make some more money because all other city, some of the other city based flea market, they're running weekend market. And then I was looking, that report was presented on, I think September 21st when I was not on the council. I'm looking for, there was a reminder that we going to comparison, there is a 4 flea market, right? One in San Jose, I think one in Roseville, on Wilson Way, and San Joaquin College, right?
Correct. Those are the 4 markets that we identified as competitors.
And thank you for you guys get a lot of research on a lot of things. And first thing I'm looking for the current Galt market vendor survey. And did you get the survey? And we have a 61% the vendors, they are willing to come back on the weekend, right? And that was very good. 60% vendor, they currently, if they make it, maybe not make a comment, but if they said commitment, but they said 61% is very good if we run the flea market on the weekend. Then I also looking for the current vendor number of suggestions they have. I believe there is a good suggestion. Then surrounding neighbor survey. And I'm a little bit, I don't know how staff get that survey because the neighborhood, as you know, feedback is very important. I think when I'm watching that meeting, thank you for Council Member Rachel Lozano. He also mentioned that it's very important for neighborhood survey. Then we have a customer survey. The customer survey means who will come to the flea market if we open, or if we decide, or just thinking about if we can open on a flea market. And we have 88%. Every business depend on the customer, where we can get the money, how the customer can approach to this. And then staff get the survey from Galt staff survey, and they also make a very good comment. They say could bring the community a new source of family entertainment. And great idea would be another way to bring revenue. Revenue is very important for citizens, very important for council, very important for the staff. Then I believe you guys did a social media survey, and 97% on the social media, they said they would come to shop in Galt if we open on the weekend. And that's a surprise. I think surprising should be with everybody. Then I was looking at the report, scenario number 1. Mr. Hines, Mr. Hines, 61%. How we figure out 61%? That's the very low figure when we opening any business or when we propose budget, right?
I think Director Solis is probably has an answer
okay.
for that.
Oh, sorry about that.
As we discussed last week, Vice Mayor, that 61% was taken from that survey where 61 responded saying that they would participate. Although that is just a verbal commitment, we still use what we believe is a high number, that 61%.
So 61%, about 600, right?
No, that is not anywhere near 600. 61% of our current Tuesday or Wednesday market.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find that real quick.
Can you put that map on?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it really quick.
While you're looking, wasn't that 61% of the people that responded, not necessarily 100% of the vendors that show up to the market? So
it was 61% of the people that responded to the survey.
Okay. So I'm talking about the 61%, I believe is 60% vendor we think they're gonna come on the weekend, right?
I do not believe 61% of the vendors that participated or 61% would come.
Okay.
That is what the social media
okay.
survey brought.
I'm looking at the report, this 61% equal to 366, what that calculation means.
I'm pulling up the map right now. As soon as I can find it, sorry. Was not prepared for this question.
Oh.
So our typical sales on Tuesday are around 700, Jackie. Did you say that's correct?
Yes.
And on Wednesday, 550?
Yeah, I would say about.
So we took the 61% of those two numbers for Tuesday and a 61% of Wednesday, so you could see what those numbers became.
Okay, so we was thinking 61% the people can be, the vendor can become on a weekend. So that's mean the rate we thinking is lower is $20, right? That's the lowest rate. I look them up all the flea market in our competitors, right?
Yes, that would put us in line with our competitors.
Right, and then the annual weekly 52 weeks, we are looking for $380,000, right? And then the next line is 10 rainy days. What that mean is 10 rainy days?
So what that means is when we account for our revenues, currently we account for rain days. So there is no selling of the market. We don't do any resales. We don't do any dailies. We account for no extra revenue on those days.
So that means we are figuring out 10 days a year, then can be no revenue, right?
Yes, and that's what we do during our current Tuesday, Wednesday market.
Okay, and how many days this last year we don't do the media market except let's go not about the last year because there was a COVID. Let's back on 2019. If you kind of remember how many days we might have a rainy day on 2019.
I do not have that information available to me today.
Okay, okay. Then I also will looking at the expenses, right? The salary and wages, 638,000. So that salary we also calculate, and how we calculate the salary.
So basically, if you're asking us to put on a Tuesday, Wednesday market on the weekends, we basically have to double our staff. We only have 3 full-time staff, or excuse me, 2 full-time staff at the market currently. The rest are part-time and temporary, which means if we wanted to use those staff, we'd have to make them full-time, which would totally take that $600,000 and at least double it. And there still would not be enough hours for them. So you're basically taking our current budget staff and doubling it. We'd have to hire a whole new staff for that.
Plus benefits, right?
Well, depending on, we would hire another full-time position. That's what that includes. So that would be benefits. Part-time people get a few benefits, but not anything extraordinary. They get PTO, personal time off. And then the temporaries are not benefited at all.
So that means if we're doing the business on the weekend, it can be almost double salary, right?
Then what we're doing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, correct?
And the reason is because we cannot change any change of schedule to any employees, including part-time or non-bargaining unit employee.
We can change their schedule, but there's not enough hours in the week for them. I would say about a third of them currently work between 32 and 36 hours, and the other ones only work up to 20 hours. That is to keep them underneath us having to pay any type of retirement into their pay.
All right. And the next line is operation and maintenance. So this operation and maintenance is very much compared with the weekday is double, or that's very much same is the weekdays right now is Tuesday, Wednesday?
For the most part, what we did is we took our budget on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and applied it to a weekend market. There are some overlapping things that we would not have to do, such as rental of equipment and things like that. But for the majority, if we are successful and we did do a full weekend, we would have to pay our water bill, pay our garbage bill, buy toilet paper, buy hand towels, garbage bags, all those things again. Those are things that we could not just reuse.
Okay, okay. So on the scenario 1, if we do a minimum $20 and we have a 61, we start as a business and 61% is the vendor. And vendor, when we start it, always business, when we start a new thing, anything, it's always increase the percentage, it always increase, more vendors can be willing to do. And same thing, customer. When any business we start is starting coming more business, more customer. I never seen any business in the first when we start is 80%, then it's coming down. It never happened. It's always there. When the business start, is a good way. It's a right process. It's always start in a low rate. It's going down to upward. I know I'm agree with you whatever you want to report, but I just want to be a clarification. And then I see the scenario number 2, and I believe this is a rate. Just only you plug in the rate 35, then it comes up a little bit profit, right?
Yes.
And 35, we all know is 35 a little bit high as compared to our competitor. But my thing is, if we start the new business, if we think we can start with a 61 by 366 vendor. And what you think is if the process, it will start, what you think it will not increase the vendor and will not increase the customer?
I do not believe we'll start at 61% as those numbers indicated in that survey. I'm not sure what we would do.
So I'm talking about the survey might be a little bit off.
Well, the survey is the survey. That's the answer they gave. But when it's time to pay the rent and leave the other market or buy a truck to come to the second market and hire another helper to come here, that's when you would truly know if their vote was yes, meant yes.
So my question is, this report show if we open the market on the weekend, we can lose the money.
I believe we will.
But on the survey, if we're looking at the vendor, they're willing to come.
On paper.
I'm looking at this survey you guys did, the customer looking to come to the business. And I do understand, I don't go to detail, but we maybe discuss in the future, but something. And double cost to the labor, I don't know, I can believe whatever you saying to me, but on the weekend, if any business run, weekdays and weekend, that much difference, it's very much, I know you might be looking at the different way, and I do understand there's a private business and the government may run a different way. I do understand. But if you really look, principle is the same. It's no matter you run federal government, it's no matter city, state, the basic principle to run a business is same. Then also, that's why we decided not to recommend, the staff recommended not to recommend to do in a weekend, right?
That is correct.
So I'm talking about why the other 4 cities, they doing something different, why they running on the weekend? I'm just basically question why they running on the weekend. If the weekend is losing money than weekdays.
No, the weekend isn't losing money for them. The weekend would lose money for us.
What was the reason? Can you mind?
Well, they're established on the weekends already. Denials has been in existence for, I believe, over 70 years on the weekends. I think Wilson Way has been there over 20 years, Delta close to 20 years, I believe. And Berryessa, as long as we are, if not longer.
Right, but when
we're established.
Right, but established, how we become established? We have to start somewhere. In order, if we say, I'm talking about, I agree with you 100%, but I'm talking, when I look at the survey, you guys run the survey, the vendor wants to work on the weekend. Customer wants to come to the flea market. And that's the revenue, right? And the other thing, we need to control the process. They might be more expensive than the revenue, yes, then we do not need to start, I'm 100% agree with you. So I don't know, if the survey, it is very hard for me to swallow that, if the customer wants to come to spend the money, vendor wants to come to, and we already have the process. We are not starting a new flea market in this town. We already have the space. We already have everything already in process.
Armando?
I'm certainly agree with you. If we're losing money, I'm not going to. That's the basic principle of every business. If you lose the money, don't do it.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, sir.
May I join the conversation?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay. So Armando, how many, because the survey is a survey of those folks, as Councilmember Vandenberg pointed out, a survey of those folks that actually chose to participate in the survey. So Director Solis, how many vendors do we typically have? And how many vendors actually participated in this survey?
It really depends on the day, but you're looking at 300 and about 300.
On a typical day?
On a Tuesday.
Okay.
On Tuesday market.
So how many vendors participated in the survey?
I'm trying to pull that up now.
All right.
I think what you said is, what he's asking you, Armando, is how many vendors typically participate on a Wednesday, not 300.
No, not on a Wednesday. You're looking at probably about 200, 250, depending on the day.
Okay.
Wait, your staff report says that it's 600 on either Tuesday or Wednesday, I forget, and 700 on the other day.
Spaces,
Right.
not vendors. So some vendors will buy 3 or 4 spaces,
Okay.
some will buy 1, some will buy 2. So when we're talking about vendors, you're not talking 650, you're talking, typically cut in half because the majority have about 2 spaces.
Understood. But for sake of conversation, if you're talking about a vendor that takes 3 spaces, then you have to now consider that 3 times the money. It's not a $25 space or a $35 space.
Well, there are a lot of 1 vendor spaces also, so that's where we're taking that into account.
Go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify.
So of the folks that have responded, let's say 250 is the vendor total. Here on the second line, are you a Galt Market or daily vendor? So 102 out of that 250 to 300 are participating in this survey. Is that correct?
In that question, so in the above question, do you want to participate? 176 responses were yes. So
okay,
those in 102. Some of them wouldn't answer all the questions. These are the questions they were willing to answer, and here's the number of responses we received.
So we've got those folks who are a vendor. Can you go back to that please? Got those folks who are a vendor of 102. Okay, great. Would you be interested in participating in the market? And so 102 of 250 to 300 said that they would. And so would you be able to put on a Tuesday, Wednesday market if less than half of your vendors didn't show?
We could. We would have to cut a lot of things to make it profitable.
Okay. And that 102, and I'm just making these statements for the public's consideration. And that 102 was just the survey. So the number of folks who actually take advantage of this opportunity will probably be most likely lower than 102. Am I out of line, Director Solis?
No, this is the one. It's easy to say yes to a survey.
Yeah.
And that's why
But it's harder to do the things you mentioned,
but
hiring the.
If I was putting together the numbers, I would not have used that 61%.
Right.
But in the staff report, I used it because that's the number that was given during the survey.
Exactly. And so what we wanted to do was tie that 61% to the survey. We could have put any percentage there, but we wanted to at least have some basis for that 61%. Now, that 61% may be high. My gut tells me it is high, but it was the best number that was available. And so, but using that 61%, we were able to at least come up with a couple of models that told us, where the pricing would be per space. Now, we could have very well used 50%. We could have very well used 65%. But, that's the number that we had to use. And so, okay, so I'm gonna, and that's all I wanted to say, Vice Mayor. And I think Councilmember Vandenberg wants to join the conversation as well.
Yeah, real quick, just when you're on that page, I'm going to call on Councilor Vandenberg. Can you clarify what that second to the bottom line says? What would keep you from being a vendor at the Galt weekend market? And it says lack of attendance. Explain what that means, lack of attendance.
Not getting the customers to come here.
So to clarify, a vendor saying that 66% of them are saying the reason it would keep them from coming to be a vendor at the Galt weekend market is because the lack of attendance.
Correct.
Okay. When clearly we don't have a weekend market, so there's no way for them to even know how many people would come. And I want to clarify, and one more thing is, but when you polled customers, you had 88% of customers say that if Galt had a market, they would come on the weekend. And your social media posts, 97% said they would come. But it seems like the biggest concern for the people to come is that they're worried about people coming. But yet the results from our survey on asking customers would they come were outstandingly high. I mean, like 97% is like, I mean, I don't even know, that's like, it almost doesn't get more of a sure thing than 97%.
Armando, can you go to the social media results?
While you're moving, I would like to say that.
Oh, sorry, sir.
That's quite fine. I don't disagree with the statements that were made by the mayor or the city manager. I think those are sound numbers. But I would like to say that if you know you're going to receive only 60% of your vendors, you would not staff 100% for 100% of the vendors. You would have a reduced staff. And as Armando rightly said, that you would staff according to making it profitable. So there was not necessarily earlier discussion about the full cost doubling. That's not necessarily true if you anticipate a lower participation rate.
No, we would still have to station people at the restrooms, still station people to take out trash. It may not be taking out as much trash, but I'm still gonna have somebody assigned to that duty. I still have to have office staff. I still have to have night staff to come in and run those blowers and clean up at night, to be done by 10 o'clock as requested in the past.
Okay, so that's a very good clarification, because what you're saying is that even if you had 40% participation up to 100% participation, you're requiring to fill these spots to make sure the market runs at correctly.
Yes, we cannot hold it at a lower standard than our Tuesday and Wednesday market. And plus we're under time restraints because of the noise. We have to turn off the blowers at 9 o'clock. So I need a full force to go through and clean that up and get it done by 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment before I keep going with council members? Tina?
Let me double check. Right now, there are no hands raised.
Okay. So,
Mr. Mayor,
yes, sir.
let me finish.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I apologize.
comment.
You were done. Go ahead.
This is what the report, I was talking about, I was not present. And the other is pilot program. Thank you, Armando. When we looking at the report, we does not, if we lose the money, I think I don't have any question. I don't think so. Any other council member have a question if we lose the money. So I like to look at that report again if you get the opportunity. But on the pilot program, yes, I agree with the pilot program. We have to start somewhere. This is a good startup on the pilot. And the other thing is they said just only we're doing a once a month. Why we cannot do every other week? What kind of problem? And the other that the pilot program, where Armando, where are we going to the pilot program? Which we changing the location?
No, we would start off on 4th Street. That's my recommendation. But again, this is a report to City Council, and Council can direct staff to do anything that you would like. If you'd like us to start on a weekend, Saturday, Sunday market, you can direct us to do that. If you'd like us to do the pilot program that we're recommending, we can do that. Or we can do anything that you're asking us to do. All I ask is that you fund it appropriately so we can make sure it's successful.
Right. And my other question is, if we doing on the 4th Street and we are already have the place changing the location, it's not going to be a little bit difficult to the customer, and also is not easy to run where is we doing right now, but then we have to use extra equipment, or there will be no cost to using one way or the other any location. But when we running the operation one place, I'm just speaking as a normally, changing that operation to the other location, there's some changes, some equipment you already have on that location, you have to rent or whatever have to do. But in your operation, better than me, there can be any cost
We can save some cost by moving it to the Veterans Field. There for restrooms would be the biggest cost to rent them. We have all the services there. We have electricity, we have lights, we have all those things there. You know, we thought we were following what council wanted and trying to do a community event. And we felt to start that, the 4th Street Promenade would be the best place to do that.
Okay. And the other thing, my understanding to this, starting this weekend is event. There are a lot of event, we lose the money. We want to make sure this concern to make a revenue. It's no matter we started 2 days a week, Saturday or Sunday in the future, so we can make some kind of revenue on that.
Yes, I believe that we need to start slow and then grow into that.
Thank you, Amanda. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I just want to make a couple comments real quick, and then I'm going to let call on Councilman Lozano. I think it's important, based on kind of the questions that have been asked so far by Councilman Vandenberg and Mr. Sandu about the survey, about the market and such, as I really don't think that we're looking at the same thing. I think we need to be looking at this as separate things. This pilot program that you guys are presenting tonight, I think I like the concept of it. And I won't go into depth what I like or don't like about it. I'll maybe let some other people speak, but I don't think it's, we can't look at it as the same thing as the Galt flea market, because it's not. First of all, I doubt you're going to have any market vendors, current market vendors right now are going to go to this Saturday market that you're proposing. I just think it's unlikely. And the reason I say that is because they're not going to incur the extra cost to get the extra staff or the extra truck or the extra, all the things that you present in your survey to show up for a 4-hour market on a Saturday night. Just don't think they're going to do it. I just think it's too much of a commitment for them for such a short time frame. So I think what we're looking at the farmers market that we already had the Friday night. What it looks like is you're just trying to take that, which you stated in the staff report, is we're trying to build on that. So this is really the Friday farmers market being expanded upon. So I think they're really apples and oranges, to be honest with you. And that's why I don't think we should be comparing them at all, because I don't even think we're even talking the same type of vendors at all. I think it's totally two separate things. So I just want to state that moving forward. I have some other comments, but I'm going to let Rich go and then see if other council members want to speak. So Mr. Lozano, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to throw this out there. I'm just going to pick numbers, not out of the staff report or anything, but 80% of 100 is much different than 80% of 500. And I know I'm kind of exaggerating it a little bit. My point is this: if people took the time to respond to a survey, they had some initiative, right? They had some interest in doing the survey. I think what we need to do is look at those who didn't, if we're going to look at those statistics. I would agree with the mayor. This isn't what we are being proposed is not a flea market in the flea market grounds. And I don't know that will be successful at this point on a Saturday afternoon. What I see in front of us is a program to expand on what we have already started. And you know, I don't know if many of you were out there for the Halloween event that occurred on 4th Street, but that turnout was huge. I don't know that turnout would have been the same. And again, it wasn't a city event necessarily, but I don't know if that event would have been the same had we not already started the regular market, and people were, I think were they recognized the fact that there was something going on down there. Many people that I saw there had been at the Friday market. So a couple of questions I had, and I asked these, and I want to thank staff for briefing me on this ahead of time, answering a lot of the questions that I had, but in the proposed budget, the M&O budget, the 19,500, is any of that expenditure, are we able to use any of the ARPA funds for infrastructure or anything in there?
I would have to defer that to the city manager or city attorney.
So the 19,000 for M&O? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. So the question is that are we able to offset any of that with ARPA funds?
Ooh. I don't know. That'll be a discussion I'd have to have with the city attorney.
Yeah.
And that would probably be the lost revenue category, but I still don't know if it's eligible. So I'm a little hesitant about answering that question right now.
Okay, yeah, I'm not necessarily looking for, unless Mr. Splendorio has an answer off the top of his head, not necessarily for an answer, but if you do, cool.
Yeah, we're kind of limited to general governmental services, so this is kind of in that in between space. So we'd have to think about it, because this is essentially an adjunct kind of business, so to speak, for the city, not necessarily providing, park services and fire services and police services and all the other kinds of services. So I have to think about that.
Okay, yeah, and I was thinking more of something to recover from COVID as an enterprise, right? I mean, we're looking at doing something different. Much of the reason is that we've had some downturn, and certainly the last couple of years has affected us. So I like what's been proposed by staff. I think it's something that could take off. And so, but I agree that it is it's a much different discussion than what the vice mayor was asking about. And maybe that comes at a later time, but certainly if you were to ask me in terms of what the staff report is requesting, I would say move forward. How can we pay for it? And let's get families together out there once this spike rolls through and with COVID. And I think that they've got great things planned April through October. So anyhow, those are my thoughts, and I will let somebody else go.
So to piggyback real quick on what Rich was saying, yeah, I mean, I think I just, again, want to be clear. I think what Councilman Vandenberg and what myself and the council as a whole had discussed back in April was, the whole concept of the weekend flea market was as a attempt to, turn around the fortunes of the market and make it, more prosperous. That was the attempt. Whereas I feel this concept, which again, I'm not saying that in a negative way, I'm just saying what we're being presented with tonight, and we can talk about it in a different manner, and I'm prepared to do that, is really bringing a different type of community event to the community. Like you've taken the farmers market, which, was pretty successful for the most part, and you're saying let's build on that to create a different type of thing. So you're just trying to come up with a different thing that's something different than the Galt market. I just want to make sure that you understand there's a clear distinction, because now if you wanted to make them similar, then we'd be talking about doing what you're proposing tonight, but bringing flea market vendors. And I'm not talking about vendors like we have over there. I'm talking about where you have, you don't just have the live music and the food and the entertainment and those entertainment aspects of this Saturday market, but you also have, your art, you are going to have some artisan vendors, I assume, but I'm assuming they're going to be similar to the ones we have the weekend, the Friday Farmers Market. But I'm talking about, you have like your people selling, like they're having a swap meet spot more or less, and they're selling antiques and they're selling this and that. And you have, you know, you have what I envision is 4th Street blocked off, and you have all the grass with certain types of things, and then you have the whole entire street with people with booths selling, you know, those types of things, where you do have your flea market element to that. That would be something where you're kind of morphing the two. But as the way I'm reading it right now, we're really looking at two different things. What I would ask, and I have a couple questions. So I'm just looking at this new thing you're proposing. I'm just looking at that isolated by itself. So this new Saturday market, and I don't know, Armando or Jackie, you could ask me, tell me what would be the distinct differences between what we saw with the Friday farmers market and this new Saturday market. What's going to be different about it besides obviously the date?
So what we're basing this on is that October market that was not a farmer's market. That October market is something that we put together. And Jackie, can you go into details again? And can you also state the numbers that we had that night again for that October market, not the farmer's market, but that special October market that we did?
Okay, yes, hold on, let me pull up my information again. So with the farmers market or the harvest market, we continued our partnership with the San Joaquin Certified Farmers Market. With that, we collaborated with them and invited our local vendors as well as their farmers market vendors. So a total of 27 artisan vendors and 9 food vendors were brought to the harvest market. With that, we set up a different setup of the layout of the facility or area. So there was both vendors on both sides, as well as we asked farmers to come out and set up their pumpkin patch or provided a different experience, not just shopping, but an experience for the entire family.
So would you be expecting any additional, or would they even be allowed let's say we have produce vendors, for example, that come to the Tuesday, Wednesday market and they want to participate in our once a month, we can't do that because this is it's a different thing, right?
I believe we could. Again, there's certain market vendors that you do want to see mixed in this, and we understand that. And that's where we're talking about possibly recruiting some local ones, some at the very beginning to get that word of mouth. And I see where you want to go into blocking the streets, and I hope to get there one day. I just think we need to start at this.
So what I envision, and this is my last statement, I'm going to let Councilman Vandenberg go so everybody gets time. What I envision, and I told you when you first pitched this idea, and again, I'm not, to clarify, I'm not opposed to this pilot. I just want to understand exactly what it's going to be and what I think you guys envision it going. But what I had envisioned originally was like a Lodi street fair, where you have a mix of, it's kind of like a flea market and a farmer's market kind of blended into one, where you have like one aisle that's just a bunch of these kinds of things, and there's another aisle. And I'm not saying we're going to have aisles, so to speak, but that's what I envisioned when you said we're going to do a once a month thing where people could come out and there's music and there's people selling things. That's what I envisioned. And I guess, and maybe I'm wrong, but when I read the staff report, I felt it was more like just the farmer's market with maybe just a few extra vendors thrown in. And I just want to be clear exactly what I'm approving, because I don't want any misconceptions. And I also have concern about the hours, and I'm going to let Councilman Vandenberg speak, and then I'll come back. So Jay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with you about the hours. I think the hours should not be 4 hours in the evening. I think it should be 8 hours, and it should start early. I would, if we're going to make these kind of family events, I would like to see it where kids aren't coming when they're tired. They're coming in the mornings on the summer days when it's cooler. And the family has an opportunity to do it as a day event, not just something they could pop in in the evenings. I'd like to see maybe constantly ask the citizens what they'd like to see, and as far as vendors, and try to cater to that a little bit, because we're trying to long-term transition to as you know, or make money. That's the bottom line, and give the citizens what they want. So this would not be on the market property. So how are we going to ensure that this would be going towards Parks and Recs funds? Because initially that was one of the main reasons I wanted to do a weekend market, is to help the Parks and Recreation Fund. Has that been finalized?
I'm sorry. I'll start with your first question regarding the hours. One of the reasons that we picked these hours is that, as you know, Galt is a huge sports town. It just is. Kids play sports every Saturday. Some play on Saturday and Sunday. And we felt if we did it early in the morning, a lot of those parents and kids are at their games. You know, in early April, it's baseball. In June, you start football and soccer. And then that goes into the fall through October. So that was one of the reasons that we focused on the evening versus the morning. Again, we wanted a community event for everybody to be able to participate. One of the other things that Jackie and I were planning on doing, if this pilot program was approved, is at the end of the year, we wanted to send out surveys to our citizens to see if they showed up. If they didn't show up, why did they show up? What would they like to see to do different? So we could even make this a better event for 2023. And then I apologize. What was the last question, Councilman Vandenberg?
Oh, the funds, where are there guarantees of where the funds will go?
The event is being held on a park, so it would go into 06 fund.
Okay. And oh, that's right. I wanted to go back to, I'm not sure what slide number it is, but it was the financials part of cost and revenue. And I wanted to clarify or ask,
would you like revenues or expenditures?
that one's fine. Start that one, then you go down one. So I want to clarify that this is for the entire, well, the proposed 7-12 dates that you proposed.
Correct. That would be for the entire season, April through October.
Then go down one slide, please. And this would be the revenue generated.
This is the staff budget.
Right. Okay. Then you have a revenue page.
There's the revenue page.
So this would be the total revenue. We would do all this work for $15,000 for the entire year.
15.6. We would estimate to lose between $6,000 to $7,000 the first year.
So even though we're doing a reduction, you're anticipating a loss overall of $7,000 roughly.
Yes, we've put a lot of money into our advertising line item. We really have to design logos. Those are some of the first time costs that will come through here as we get word of mouth and can cut back on advertising the second year and some of the advertising costs that are associated with opening up a new market.
Then how would you propose expanding the amount of vendors to overcome that problem?
Well, we would continue to recruit. I mean, this is what we believe we can start off with. I believe if we provide a quality product, people will come. And if we can get the citizens to come out to this, we can get the vendors to come out to this. I believe Jackie stated that she had a comment from one vendor that said this was the best festival she had ever been to and sold out completely. She was getting those kinds of comments from the October event that we held that was not a farmer's market. It was what this is being modeled after.
Do you think it was that good because it was a Halloween event or simply, or why?
Jackie, can you speak to that? Why you think that was successful?
Sure. I think the added elements, not only did we have children's activities, but there was an element of connecting with local businesses as part of the Scarecrow Alley. So with them participating and signing up, we not only connected with them and provided them the information, but we gave them all of our social media opportunities that we had. So they were sharing on their social media sites too, and connecting of what we have going on that day.
Okay. And then the last consideration is, in a perfect world, this would maybe on like the 4th of July event, hold that at Veterans Field because it would kind of extend what's going on there. I don't just consider the possibility of getting local businesses to participate in this if it were to move to the market property in ways we could help them slide over and be a participant in it. That's
Yes,
all I have.
we would love to have every local business participate in some manner. I mean, that is our goal, to get the community involved in this whole evolving program.
Very good. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm on mute. Councilman Papanow, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I just appreciate the plan and the presentation. I think from the perspective of the overall benefit of the community, I think your proposal looks like a great starting point. I think to engage the community and the vendors kind of right there in the heart of the city, where vendors and the community can also engage with businesses down there that they may not have otherwise come in contact with, especially on a Saturday night. So one suggestion, you mentioned soliciting feedback to hopefully, improve for 2023. And I would suggest, to the extent possible, make that a kind of a constant feedback circle, perhaps between months, so that you can make adjustments where possible during 2022. And you may find that the demand is such that you can actually increase within this year and maybe cut a little bit of that projected loss, which is a pretty modest loss for a first year startup with all those expenses. So, I think it's good, and I encourage you guys to move forward, and I'm eager to see what it grows into. Thanks.
Do we have any public comment, Tina?
No hands raised.
Okay, for those of you watching, if you would like to comment, you can raise your hand on Zoom, or you can press *9 if you are on the telephone, and we will call on you for public comment. Going back to what we were kind of saying, I understand the honesty in saying that, we're anticipating a loss the first year. What bothers me a little bit is that we're willing to take a loss the first year on this concept, but the concept of a weekend flea market at the market grounds and all that, because of your numbers and because of the lack of confidence in the survey numbers, saying that you have a feeling that we'd lose money, that seems to be a no-go. So I feel like there's just some, I don't know, seems difference of opinions here. I'm not I'm not going to say no to this idea. I think would be a good thing for the community. I think it'll be a fun event. I'm cautiously optimistic of the turnout. The hours is what really bothers me, I'll be honest with you, because my theory is 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. I remember those farmers markets. And again, you're not saying it's like the farmers market, but what I will say is that there's a big difference between having a market or a harvest festival or whatever we called it in the fall compared to having this particular event you're talking about running in June, July, August. You're going to be in the hottest part of the day. I really feel like the participation is going to be hurt by that. Whereas, and I understand the whole thing about sports, if little Johnny's got a game in the morning, you're going to not have people want to come if it starts at say 10 a.m. But I don't think you should assume that everybody in town is involved with sports. And I think there's lots of people that would come if it started at 10 or 11 in the morning and participate in some things, and then maybe other people would come in the evening. So I think the 4 hours, I just think it's so limiting. And you're talking about, certain times of the year, you're probably going to have at least an hour of that time in darkness. So, not saying we can't have, but you have that grass area out there. So you have to figure out how you're going to have lighting. It's not going to be on the street. So, I still have lots of concerns and lots of questions. I hope that if we, give direction to move forward on this, that you guys are going to be able to figure all that out. Because I feel like by my putting my support behind this, it's a big leap of faith because I have some concerns about it. But I will say again, I will reiterate that this idea and what you're doing tonight, I feel is in no way, shape, or form what we felt we needed for the market on a weekend expansion. I don't think, I don't know. I mean, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, and hopefully I'm wrong. But I just think, we're looking at this initial concept of this market weekend thing was about turning around fortunes of the market, generating serious money on a weekend market, which I genuinely believe that the market's capable of doing that on a weekend. Maybe not initially, but it would. So by pursuing this instead of that, I feel like, we are doing something great for the community, but we're also just prolonging the discussion of the weekend and a can that's been kicked down the road for years. I just feel like the city's just afraid to step up and say, we have a market and we have a lot of, people that frequent our market, and we have a lot of loyal customers, and we've had people say they would come to our market on the weekend, but yet no matter what the numbers are, we just are scared to do anything.
Mayor, we're able to pivot into that weekend market if that's the direction of council or the wish of council. I mean, the recommendation is for you to provide direction to us. If that's the angle you would like us to go, we can easily do that. This is the pilot program that we have in the report, but again, we can do whichever one you prefer us to do.
May I pipe in, gentlemen?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
So I have pretty much stayed out of the conversation tonight and just let Director Solis handle that. He's the subject matter expert in these areas, but there's a couple of areas that I wanted to just make sure the public got my thoughts on. Granted, the scenarios that we presented to council in the prior staff report, in that we did show a loss in both scenarios, but in one scenario there was a loss, and in another scenario there was a small profit. And we're also showing a loss here. And what I want the public to understand, at least from my perspective, it's the magnitude of the loss. You've got a almost $50 million budget, at least for this year, all funds. And so we are projecting, because we are conservative when it comes to those projections, about a $7,000 loss. We're going to work our tails off to mitigate that loss as best we can. And so the 7,000 that we project now may actually be 2, or it may be a small profit, but we want to take the shot. The other thing is, and Mayor, forgive me, there is no fear in this staff. What we have to do here is be cautious, because unlike the other flea markets, Denio's, San Jose, Stockton, these dollars that we're playing with belong to 26,000 taxpayers. And the dollars that those markets play with belong to whoever capitalizes their operations, but they're not government. And so with government, there is a certain level of caution that we have to take. And I get where you're coming from, Mayor. I get it. But there is a certain level of caution that we have to take. And this is sort of the best, not the best, but actually it is the best. We believe it's the best starting point. Now, what we present to you this year in 2022 may be different in 2023, because based on what we see here in this particular year, as we grow these particular events, we may be able to now move it to twice a month, and we may be able to do that before the end of this year. Again, we're being conservative, but if we get the kind of turnout like we saw, and I believe Councilmember Lozano mentioned last October, when we had the Halloween festivities, And Armando, excuse me, Director Solis, we had, what did we have? What did you say? 500 cars? I know I'm taxing you.
Which event are you talking about?
The trunk or treat.
Okay, the trunk or treat was put on by the Laheim, and I wasn't at that event. I know Councilman Lozano was.
Then how about the there was one event with the reverse parade.
We had our October film, our trunk or treat. Jackie, help me out. The one on the market grounds.
Yeah, it's the trunk or treat
festival.
I just remember we had a lot of cars out there, and I think it was in the hundreds. And so if we could build that kind of momentum with these events, we're looking to, we're looking to get that kind of participation. We're also looking to engage our community, to let them know that these events are here. We want you to come down to the market and have fun. And so we've got to, and that's going to be a process. And so that's why we want to start where we are. But I have a feeling these events that we presented to you tonight become the cornerstone of what you eventually want these market events to be. But we have to start somewhere. And this is our attempt to start somewhere.
And I acknowledge everything you say. There's one thing about having a real big successful trunk or treat. That doesn't, this really, the brainchild of this was about making money to fix financial woes of the Galt market. You could have the best, trick or treat and all the businesses. I've been down here. I've seen them. I was, participated in the last one. It was phenomenal. But do those equate does that equate to a lot of money that's going to make a difference in what, Councilman Vandenberg first pushed for? That's the question. And I just, so if it's a matter of community events and something great for the community, I don't doubt it at all. I actually think this is going to be a great event for the community, but I just want to say that I just think this is still two different things at this moment. And this is not what I consider. And again, I get what you're saying. This is a seed that maybe it turns into that. And maybe that's what it does. So again, so not to keep kicking that discussion, if we're just focusing on moving forward with this particular idea, if this is the case and the council tonight is going to support what you guys have proposed, I would ask, is there any possibility that we could discuss changing the hours? Is maybe we don't decide that tonight, but maybe staff comes back and says, is that a possibility to expand the hours beyond what you guys have done? Maybe make it a noon to 5 thing or something. I just feel like 4 hours is just so small for a once a month event. That would be my only request to tweak this before I would be very much on board with it.
We're willing to take direction from council on anything that you'd like.
I mean, obviously, I don't know how you would determine. You can't really go out. I don't know. Maybe you could. Would it be possible here's an idea. Would it be possible for us, without expending a bunch of money, maybe just a simple Facebook poll or something the city could put out there? I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it, but just poll the community, and say, we're going to be doing a weekend market on Saturday. This is what we're going to be doing. Would you prefer the hours were this, or would you prefer the hours to be that? And just see what the feedback comes back.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you what time you think if they're changing the time, what time you prefer?
Well, any event that I've ever gone to on a weekend, like Extravaganza, for example, let's use that. Very successful event we used to have every Easter. I know it's a once a year event, but that started in the morning and then it wrapped up by the afternoon. I get that you want there to be an evening element of this. I get that. But I think that you're only proposing it like it only has an evening element. I think it needs to have more of a daytime element as well. I would propose something like an 11 to 7. If you ended at 7, then you're not going to get into darkness. Or maybe a noon to 8. Just something. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but I don't. Even the Lodi Street Fair starts at they start at they start really early. They start at 8 a.m. and it wraps up at 5 or something like that. So, Councilman Vandenberg.
I would like to move that we go forward with the plan with the adjusted hours from 8 to 7 p.m. 8 a.m. or 10 to 7 p.m. Do I have a second?
Well, I think we're just looking for direction here, so we don't need a vote.
Okay.
I mean, is there any way, Armando, we could?
You don't have to ask them for permission. That's my point is that if you want it, I want it. Do we have a third council member that would like to see expanded hours? And that's the direction.
You know, before I say yes, I'm gonna ask Mr. Sleeze. Mr. Sleeze.
I'm here.
If we change the time, for example, maybe expanding the time, that's where the other council member asking, and change the time, what do you think is can be negative? That's
I was trying to answer that question. I think Mayor Farmer has a great idea and we could pull that. You could give us the direction now. We could put out, I can work with Mayor Farmer in putting together some suggested times. And then I really think whatever the community voted on, I'm okay going with that. That may, if you're expanding the times, that may tweak a little bit of that budget for the staffing. But I'm perfectly fine if that's the direction that's given. I honestly, I think that's a great idea to do that.
Yeah, you know, the other thing is if we extend the time now, if after a couple months you feel time is not working, then we can change the time. It's not going to be a big deal. So just on the, you know, just extend the time and move forward. Then if we need to, is something not too much earlier, then change whatever time is from the survey.
Yeah, and Councilman Vandenberg's correct. I mean, we're taking direction from you. You tell us what you want, and that's what we'll do.
Mr. Papanow, you've had your hand up. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, and no worries. No, I just, before we jump to changing the hours, I kind of made a decision based on the M&O staffing, revenue, and all that stuff. So I'd like to hear what that would look like, and at least a little bit of an idea before we just jump into, doubling the hours or changing them or whatever. So I'm all for hearing about it, but I'd like to hear the information first before making a decision.
So how about, and I see your hand up, Rich. Do you give me just a second? So how about we give direction to move forward on the idea, asking staff to reach out to the community of St. Paul to see what hours would be the most popular. We have until April to start this. They can start the ball rolling on, generally getting the event planned, and they can come back to us and say 30 days and say, here's what we came back. Here's what the public seems to like the best hours. Here's the M&O cost. This is how they would change. What do you guys think? And then we can put our final stamp. I mean, that's just, so we're not really locking down hours. I'm not committing one way or the other, but I'd like to see what the public thinks. That's just an idea. Rich, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
A couple of things. I think that whatever we start with, at least for the first several months, probably the first year, we probably should keep the same in terms of time. Consistency, I'm not a great business person, but I know a little bit about it. Consistency in product and in operation is what makes you money. And if we, after a period of time, change, then it's just going to throw people off. So I think whatever we do, we need to do it really quickly. I think 30 days is way too far out for that, because we have advertising, printing. There's tons of stuff that they need to do to make it work. And so if we're going to do something different other than the times that were established and it's going to affect the budget, I certainly want to know what that is as well. But we need to do that sooner than later, because asking staff to turn that all around while still running what they're doing already, and our expectations as a group that they exceed standards in those areas. And we need to get it done quickly. So, but there's my thoughts.
I would agree with that, and I would agree consistency is good. So that's why I want to get it right.
If I may comment, it's going to be hard for us to wait 30 days. I'm not going to be able to recruit vendors, get things going on a, I don't know what time kind of thing. So
how quickly could you put a poll up?
I can put it up in the morning as long as we have somebody to do that.
If you could put a poll up and run it for a week, and even if you got 100 people, that gives us a good snapshot. Bring it back at the very next council meeting. Would that be soon enough?
Guess we'll see.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I propose, and this is aligned to everything you just said, that we'll go ahead and let's get Director Solis to put a poll up in the morning. Let's leave it up for a week or so. And I will put this agenda back. I'll put this item back on the agenda for February 1st.
Well,
And
can I jump in?
yes,
Sorry. So if we put it up for a week, that is through the 26th. Agenda goes out on the 27th for February 1st.
so the thing is, what we may end up doing is leaving it up and actually reporting out on the results on that Tuesday of the council meeting on February 1st.
Sure.
How does that work, City Clerk? Does that work fine? Tina?
Yeah, just the agenda report will have to state your funding, the other information you're requiring. So you could just talk about the poll results.
Okay.
And state it.
Director Solis, your thoughts?
I just would like some direction from council on the number of hours they would like to see it open, so we could list that in the poll. Would it be 4, 5, 6? That way I can put together some times.
All right, so is there a general consensus, Mayor? I'm just gonna ask, is there a general consensus for 4 hours? And I'm gonna ask the same question for 5 hours. Mayor is saying 6.
A minimum of 6.
Okay, and Councilmember Vandenberg is saying at least 9. Is that what I'm hearing, Councilmember? 8 to 7?
No, I was open to different hours, but I wanted certainly more than 4,
Okay.
6, 8.
So Councilmember Vandenberg, how do you feel about 6?
That could work. I'd prefer to just to start instead of doing a poll though. And I don't know
Okay.
that.
We may very well be getting to that now. Councilmember Lozano, how do you feel about 6?
Here's the deal. I'd be happy with 6. I would like to know what type of vendor response we would get with 4.
Mm-hmm.
So Armando, do you have any insight to that? What, are we going to get more vendors at 6 or more at 4?
Only information I have regarding vendors is Jackie's been letting me know that we would have trouble recruiting farmers market vendors at an earlier market because they're established at other locations. That doesn't mean that we still can't be successful. Sure. But that's the information she's getting, and she can get that in a written documentation from the vendor we're working with if council desires that. We will work as hard as we can to make any number of hours work. Just remember, it will affect the bottom line on the cost.
Perfect. And that would just be my question is, we're talking about hours and that takes into operations. And so I just want to make sure that we're going to be successful with vendors and everything. So I'm flexible.
So Director Solis, the numbers that you've presented to us is based on how many hours of operations?
4 hours.
Okay.
It will not change the M&O cost. The only cost it would change is the staffing.
We're talking about doing something big here. We really want to get this right. I really feel like the public should give some input on the hours. We might have an overwhelmingly heavy survey of 50, 60, even 100 people that say, oh yeah, this hours would be better. And then if we were presented with that, we would all go, oh, it's a no-brainer. Let's go with those hours. Right now, we're just guessing. I think it's worth it to do that. A poll for a week. this thing's not going to die or succeed because we do a poll for 1 week.
Very good, sir. Very good. Director Solis, we'll talk about this in the morning.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think he's on track. I think we should.
All right. All right, Mr. Mayor, this will be on the February 1st agenda, and we'll have the results of the poll that night.
Okay, thank you for all the hard work and putting this together, Jackie and Armando and your staff. So hopefully it was successful. So it's 9:47. So do we have any, we need to move on to our next item. Do you have any public comment, Tina?
No hands raised.
Okay, all right, with that, we're gonna move on to our next item. Is item 5, resolution of the Galt City Council establishing a strategic plan as a vital tool to implement a plan of action to achieve results for fiscal years 21 to 22 and 22-23. Mr. Hines?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the Galt City Council, I am so happy to present to the public our strategic plan for 2021/2022/2023, our 2-year strategic plan. For the public at large, strategic plans are utilized by organizations worldwide as a tool for decision-making and resource allocation. It is a living document that should clearly communicate where an organization's priorities lie, as well as outline a strategy for meeting those priorities. Changing internal and external conditions, additional knowledge, and available resources may create a need to update or change a strategic plan. Periodic review is therefore essential to maintaining a contemporary and effective document. The strategic plan is a vital tool to assist the city council and to establish policy, and for the city manager to align resources and to implement policies. So toward that end, on May 22nd, the council and the leadership team here at the City of Galt gathered, and the council conducted a strategic planning session with the department directors. This happened back in May 22nd, 2021. On July 27th, the executive team here at the City of Galt got together and created a planning session, or held a planning session, to essentially refine and to consolidate the comments and the plans that the council made on May 22nd. The council came back on December 6th, refined those plans even more, and ended up crafting this into the document that you see before you in item H5. And so I want to, I'm going to share this document and take you through it, and give me just a second. And so what we're looking for tonight is a resolution to essentially adopt these strategic goals. We start our strategic goals with the city's historic mission, vision, and organizational values. And that the City of Galt, and I'm reading the mission statement now, the City of Galt is committed to providing exceptional public services and facilities that are sustainable and responsive to the needs of the community in an honest, efficient, and fiscally responsible manner. Our vision is that we will be a premier, family-oriented community united to create a unique city with diverse shopping, dining, entertainment, and employment opportunities within a small town atmosphere. Our organizational values indicate, or organizational values is that we've established the following values and principles to support the mission and guide and inspire leadership. The City of Galt values community service to the public, accessible, open, honest, and responsive government, professionalism, fiscal responsibility, and our employees and volunteers are valued. We also take pride in our organizational culture, and that is what this document entails. And so for any of the members of the public who want to understand our organizational culture, this is what we aspire to. We take pride in what we do. We provide excellent customer service. We have a can-do attitude. We don't quit. I can tell you that from the city manager's chair. And we're all about continuous improvement. So I'm going to present to you our strategic plan priorities for 2021 through 2023. The areas of emphasis are economic development, fiscal sustainability, improving fiscal sustainability, maintain and improve Galt's quality of life, city council roles, internal succession planning within the city, traffic mitigation, housing, and improving C Street. And so we'll start with the first goal, and that is the area of economic development. The outcome that we're looking for is the pursuit of economic development opportunities to attract and retain quality industrial and retail users that enhance the quality of life for Galt residents. And then we have a number of strategic tasks. Now, in these items that I'm going to be presented to you, the strategic tasks will be numbered. This is in no way indicating a priority. We just simply number them for organizational purposes. Typically, we're working on all the tasks at once, but it makes it easier and more from an organizational standpoint if you actually have a number and you can go down the list. So strategic task with economic development is reevaluate existing infill fee reductions programs to ensure they are applicable and effective for attracting commercial and industrial users in Galt. We want to develop incentive and resource programs that enhance business attraction and expansion efforts. We want to focus on retail attraction, periodic review of economic development metrics, including our sales leakage reports. We want to target retailers that may locate to Galt based on sales leakage. We want to collect and report feedback from retailers on outreach efforts. And we want to conduct a retail survey of residents to determine what the desired commercial users, what our folks want here in Galt. Each of these items are owned by me, myself, and a particular member of our staff. In this instance, it's owned by myself and our economic development manager, Amy Mendez. The next item is improve fiscal sustainability. So we want to ensure our city has a viable and sustainable financial resources. The public and the council shall be provided a reporting of the city's financial status on a periodic basis. We are actually working on those reports now. Strategic tasks, quarterly reporting, and periodic council briefing on revenue sources and expenditure utilization. Those reports and those items before council are coming in the next 2 months. Explore all revenue opportunities and continue to maximize utilization of expenditure. Ensure optimal utilization of Measure R funding. Research near-term revenue enhancement for the city, i.e. sales tax measure and or citywide CFD. The owners are myself and the incoming finance director. The next priority is to maintain and improve Galt's quality of life. And the outcomes we're looking for is to preserve and maintain Galt's small-time charm by improving community assets. Our strategic task in this area it's a long list. And so we'll start with right at the top of the list, and we want to complete the Galt Market Plan Visionary Document. Again, these items are not priorities. They are just listed for organizational purposes. So complete the Galt Market Visionary Document, which we actually completed tonight. Complete phasing and funding for Walker Park improvement. And if citizens have been watching this council meeting, I've just gotten the green light to proceed with that particular task. Seek funding for the visionary plan for Old Town Galt. So we'll be looking at that in the near future. Systematically connect the east and west sides of Galt. We have a few efforts that are in play and some efforts that we put on a pilot activity back in the summer to actually bring this item to fruition. More on that later. We're going to identify a secured, sustainable funding source for the city's parks and recreational programs and services and maintenance of city facilities. We want to explore additional hours and types of operations for a weekend market. And so for those folks who are watching this meeting, we just covered the beginnings of that particular item. Continue to improve public safety and related community engagements. We have a number of activities going on at the PD, which we will be reporting out on in the next couple of months. We explore options to address litter abatement within the city. Back in December, Mayor Farmer brought up the prospect of using ARPA money for a litter abatement worker. And so we have earmarked $40,000 for that particular service. And just letting the public know that even though these items are on our list, they are all in play right now. And 9, ensure public outreach and communication with the community. So we want to identify opportunities to engage more residents on existing social media platforms. We're exploring opportunities for additional community engagement, i.e. text alerts, town hall meetings, etc. And so those efforts are currently in play and are in the planning stages here at City Hall. The owners are myself and the entire executive team and staff here at the City of Galt. City Council roles, outcomes, suggested revisions to the council handbook, strategic tasks, council meetings targeted to 4 hours based on start time. We can't promise they'll end up with 4 hours, but we're going to target 4 hours. Social media training shall be provided by staff on an annual basis, including AB 992 training for council members. City Council to ensure staff provides the best recommendation, technical expertise, and options in the city's best interests. So for those folks who are wondering why this conversation goes on between the council and the staff, is they are responsible for ensuring that staff provides the best recommendation, technical expertise, and options in the city's best interests. Next item, city manager and staff are committed to carrying out efficient city operations as per council's policy directives. Recommend current committee and commissions be reviewed on an annual basis to ensure consistent quorums and to clarify liaison roles with current committee and commissioners. We want to also review the handbook for councils, commissions, and committees in its entirety. The owners of that are myself and Tina Hubert, our city clerk, and also the city council. The next priority is our internal succession planning. With the quote unquote graying of the workforce, we're having to make sure that we have enough folks coming up through the ranks to address the vacancies brought on by folks who are retiring or transitioning to other employment. And so what we want to do under outcomes is create redundancy in key and non-key positions, and also identify those critical positions that need to be the focus of our internal succession planning. Our strategic task, we want to identify tools to improve retention rates and succession of employees. We want to build the bench and have that next group of managers, have that next group of technicians ready to go in the event that some of our folks retire. We want to grow our people. We're going to provide education. We're going to provide training. We're going to redefine the City of Galt as a learning organization. The owners are myself and our Human Resources Director, Stephanie Van Stein. The next priority is traffic mitigation. We want to develop policies and solutions for traffic issues. Strategic tasks, we want to conduct speed surveys in areas where traffic activities warrant reviews. We want to research feasibility of preliminary evaluation of a quiet zone for the railroad spur that runs east to Ione. We want to conduct outreach regarding the requirements for the placement of stop signs in the community. We want to continue a solution-based approach for inquiries and requests. So the owners are myself, our Public Works Director, Mike Selling, and our Police Chief, Brian Kalinowski. Housing.
Mr. Hines?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt you. I apologize. Can I ask the city attorney, do we need to have a vote, the council, to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. because it's 10 p.m. right now?
I think the resolution is 11 p.m. there.
Is it 11? Okay. I was trying to message you, but you didn't respond. Okay. So we're good then.
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. Continue.
Yes, and Mayor, I'll be done long before 11. Okay. And so with the housing, we want to improve the diversity of housing that meets the community's needs and is consistent with state requirements and the desires of the citizens of Galt. Let me reiterate, we want to improve the diversity of housing that meets the community's needs and is consistent with state requirements and the desires of the citizens of Galt. So that's our mantra for housing. Our strategic task, we need to update the 21 through 29 housing element, which actually really came back to us from the state. So we still have more work to do on that. We want to update the City of Galt's development code. We want to evaluate potential sewer and water line replacement opportunities in Old Town Galt to spur infill residential development in that area. We want to meet state housing requirements, but stay flexible for other opportunities. We want to explore proactive partnerships to develop positive projects to maintain local control. We want to pursue multi-generational family projects. The owners of this particular priority are myself and our Community Development Director, Craig Hoffman. Improving C Street, and this is our last priority. We want to increase the functionality and construction transparency on C Street. We want to increase, and under strategic tasks, we want to increase community outreach and input regarding construction improvement proactively through construction of the project. We want to research revised parking pattern to accommodate additional vehicles. And so the owners of this priority are myself and our Public Works Director, Mike Selling. So for those folks watching, these are our priorities for the upcoming biennial, or at least for the upcoming year, because 2023 will be here before we know it. Sometime during the spring of 2023, most likely the winter of 2023, we will have another strategic planning session, and we will look at these goals and sort of assess what we were able to accomplish and develop new goals. I would like to reiterate to everyone watching that these, as I mentioned earlier, these goals, this is a living, breathing document. And so as we get more information, as resources change, we want to make sure that the public is aware that these priorities may change, may morph. But for right now, here on January 18th, 2022, these are the priorities. And council members, we are asking if you would pass the resolution to basically put these priorities in stone. And so staff and I will know what our work plan looks like for the next year and for the next year and a half. And by the way, before I give it back to Councilman, thank you so much for all of your work on that, on this document as a council. I think we did excellent work, and I'm very pleased to be associated with all 5 of you. And so I just wanted to say that this is excellent work.
All right, thank you, sir. And I know we worked on this, and then we actually revisited it again because of some time lapse. And so appreciate everybody's patience on all that to make sure we get it right. So before I ask council's discussion on this, I'm going to go ahead and let the public know. I'm going to open the public comment period. So if you have a comment on this, please raise your hand online or *9 on the phone. So with that, do we have any council members that would like to make any comment on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may.
Yes.
I do not have any question, but I'd like to thank you, Mr. Hines. This report, you worked a lot of hours on this report. And I also like to thank you for that previous report, he minor modified on that. Thanks a lot for it. Thank you. And I will support that strategic plan.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other council member have a comment? I can't see all of you, but I think if you raise your hand, it'll pop up. Do we have any public comment, Tina?
No hands raised.
Okay. All right, I'll leave a few more moments for public comment. I know that Mr. Hines is glad to finally get this. This has been a long drawn out thing, so finally get this. Not in the rear view, because it's not something that just goes away. It's always in the front view, but so that wouldn't be the accurate phrase to use. But
So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to say for the public, and the council already knows this, but I would like to say for the public that I'll be reporting out on our progress on these strategic goals on a quarterly basis. So at some point during April, you'll have an update on where we are on these tasks.
Okay. All right, do we have any public comment? Still no?
No public comment.
All right, and no comments from council. So with that, I will be looking, excuse me, I'll be looking for a motion to adopt a resolution establishing the strategic plan as a vital tool to implement a plan of action to achieve results for fiscal years 2021 to 2022 and 2022 through 2023. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move.
Second.
To adopt, I'm sorry. Motion by Vice Mayor Sandu, seconded by Councilman Lozano. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu,
Aye.
Councilmember Papineau,
Aye.
Councilmember Vandenberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano,
Aye.
Mayor Farmer.
Aye. Resolution approved 5-0. All right.
Thank you.
gentlemen. All right, moving on to item I, communication. Do we have any communication this evening, Tina?
None this evening.
All right, move on to item J, city clerk's report.
Nothing this evening.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item K, comments by staff. Mr. Hines?
I don't have a whole lot of comments other than to thank the council for the direction given me tonight. Tomorrow will be a new day and I appreciate your direction. I'm going to turn this over to Director Hoffman and see if he has any comments for the good of the group.
I wasn't going to tell them that I didn't get the housing element passed.
All right.
But
just trying to be transparent, correct?
this council loves the state and there's going to be some more love. So it's going to be something I hope to have back in front of you in March, because we do need to get that done, and it's unfortunate. I'll just leave it at that. And other than that, I think in February, for those of you that may be interested, we did receive the Fairfield housing project at Carillion and Walnut, and we'll be doing a workshop with the Planning Commission in February. So we'll see how that goes. But 2022, another year trying to implement a lot of workshops and more public outreach. So that's what I'm looking forward to this year. So thank you much and have a great night.
Good. Thank you, Director Hoffman. Let's go with Director Mike Selling, Public Works.
No, nothing for me tonight. Thanks.
All right. Let's go with our illustrious Police Chief, Brian Kalinowski.
Oh, great introduction. Thank you. Couple of things. Obviously, most all of you, I think, were all at the Taun Memorial this weekend. We thank you for your participation. And again, a thank you to Mike Selling and his group and Armando Solis and his group for the prep of both sites and help with chairs and other things. So that was very helpful. This morning, we attended an academy graduation for our newest hire, Officer Marie Valdez. You'll see more of her at the awards ceremony in February. We won't be swearing her in because we did that at the graduation, but we'll certainly give her an introduction to her then. And you'll see her around town, and she's already up on social media. On Monday, the mayor mentioned we have our public safety meeting at 6. It will be on Zoom. That should be posted by Thursday of this week. We'll be circulating a request for members to add any items to that, but we have tentatively or currently we have an update to the tobacco grant that we were awarded that will be passing through public safety because it's on the tentative agenda for February 1st. And perhaps some topic or discussion about a drone program, along with potentially some election of chairs and other administrative items currently for that item. And then Measure R, which was supposed to go on Wednesday, is going to get pushed. We'd like to wait for the annual audit report so we can wrap up the audit report and second quarter activities all in one and not handle two meetings. And frankly, we've been hammered with COVID cases internally. And so we're doing our best to keep our head above water. But we have great staff and we keep pushing. So that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And speaking of illustrious staff members, let's go with our illustrious Parks and Recreation Director, Armando Solis.
When you said that originally, I thought you were talking about me, but then you said police chief, but
sorry, Armando.
Well, I haven't talked enough, so I want to talk a few more and show you some more slides. I just want to let council know and everybody know that we are accepting T-ball signups for girls and boys 4 to 5 years old, and that starts February 1st. Then we are also accepting registration for spring adult softball for men and co-eds. Again, starts February 1st. And some sad news with some cancellations. Well, with the current spike in COVID-19, cancellation of 3 tours, concerns from vendors and presenters regarding COVID, and withdrawal or lack of participation due to the indoor environment, we are moving the 2022 Winter Bird Festival to online. So that was some bad news. It's not something we wanted to do, but I think that we are going to have to do that. So with that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions if any of you guys have any.
All righty. Well, Director Solis, thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, City Attorney Frank Splendoria.
Thank you. I have nothing further for the council tonight.
All righty. Well, I'm sorry, not last. Our city clerk is also illustrious. Ms. Hubert, any comments for the group?
Nothing this evening.
Okay. All right. By the way, council members, I'm probably going to get a bad time tomorrow because I referred to some directors as illustrious and I didn't do that with the others. So I just wanted you to know what kind of pain that awaits me in the morning. Other than that, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for allowing us to comment, and I'll turn it back to you.
All right, thank you. Not good hearing that bad news from Craig though.
Yeah.
It's like this month is only 3 weeks old and I already want my money back. My receipt. All right. Moving on to comments by city council members, future agenda items. We'll start with our vice mayor, Mr. Sandhu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quick. Thank you for all the staff members giving us a good report, spending a lot of time, very clear report. And also like to thank you, the public comment, and also like to thank you, the public watching us on the Zoom. And that's it tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Papineau.
As always, I want to thank the staff for their hard work. And I also want to take the time to tell each and every one of them that I truly appreciate your expertise and your experience that you bring to the table, in addition to the hard work that you put in. So thank you for that, and know that it's appreciated. And thanks also to the staff, all the staff that was involved in putting together the memorial. Very nice for Officer Ton, and then the respects paid during it to Officer Grewal and Deputy Gibson, and also Officer Herrera for their respective sacrifices. And lastly, thank you to the members of the public that reached out to participate in our meeting tonight, some with some difficulty due to technology. In some world, it makes sense that the Kings and Lakers could have 12,199 members of the public plus staff at their event, but the 19 of us who are currently on this couldn't be in a room. So hopefully we get through this soon. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Vandenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the staff for all the reports. Thank you for putting up with us for the past 4+ hours. It is very much appreciated. Thank you for everybody's effort during the memorial. It was very good to see. And I hope everybody has a good week. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Lozano.
Yeah, I will be very quick and just reiterate what others have said. Thank you to the staff. I really appreciate the opportunity in between meetings to meet and get clarification and understanding of what direction you're thinking about going. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the public and the public comment today regarding Walker Park. And I think moving forward, I think we're going to have a good product out there, and it's gonna serve the community very well. Not only the initial immediate community, but certainly as Director Solis mentioned, the TOT tax and the sales tax and all of those other things that come along with amenities. And so it looks promising for our city. And then lastly, very well done memorial for Officer Ton. It was great to see his family out there and the family of others who have sacrificed. It was great to see Officer Herrera out there, recovering. And so thank you all for all that attended. And hopefully next year we'll have a little bit larger celebration. It'll be 10 years. And so hopefully that will happen. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. For me, just want to echo what others said about the memorial was very well attended, very well put on. So everybody who was instrumental in making that happen, thank you. It was good to see those families that were mentioned, the Graywall family, of course, the Ton family, Gibson family, the Herrera family, and see Capri out there. Was surprisingly astonished at how good she looked. I was kind of taken aback. I was expecting to see her still in a wheelchair. I didn't really know, and she was there and just good spirits, and so that was good. And I want to thank Craig and TJ, our code enforcement officer, and I also Mike Selling too, because I know I frequently ask him for things, but these guys do such a great job when it comes to like code enforcement stuff and issues, whatever. Like they're like right on stuff, like answering my questions, or we have citizens asking about maybe it's a homeless tent or it's a graffiti or it's something. And Chief Kalinowski, you very well deserve praise as well, but you guys are always really quick to respond. And it makes me look good because the citizens are always saying, well, wow, thank you for getting back to me so quickly. So, but I have to say it's you guys responding back and taking care of it that makes us look good. So thank you. And with that, everybody be safe. I guess we'll see everybody. What's our next date on our next meeting? February
1st.
February 1st. All right. Well, with that said, thank you everybody for hard work on the reports tonight and bearing with us for 4 hours and 20 minutes. So with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 10:19 p.m. Good night, everyone.
Good night.